Hello everyone and welcome to a big day. It's the play-ins for the Paris Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. It's David Squared today. I'm your host David Howell and I'm joined by the fantastic David Pruce. David, great to be here with you today.
Hey David, likewise. Thank you so much. Happy to finally be on a fully David broadcast. And
been a while coming,
always
right?
Excited for freestyle chess.
Exactly, and yeah, it's going to be 9 rounds of Swiss play today. For those of you just joining us, we'll dig into the details soon. We'll break down how it's going with the Davids, but 9 rounds, and it's 10-second rapid chess, 2-second increment, of course, after every move, and there's a lot to play for because the top 4 in this Swiss format will advance to the knockout stages, and it could be quite a big field with all titled players and qualified players being able to enter. And David, you were here last time. You were calling the shots at the last play-in. How did you find that experience?
Yeah, it was really exciting. I see that they've reduced the playing schedule for today by 1 match. At the previous play-in, they had the top 15 people from the Swiss go on. One of them made it into these matches, and 15 of them played against each other. Another knockout match after the Swiss. It was really brutal. And of course, anyone who makes it through today has to play Thursday and Friday as well, right? A further series of knockout matches. So my recollection was that it was quite grueling for the players. So, and anytime you're playing lots of games, there's the ups and downs, right? Of your emotions. As you've got chances of drawing or winning or losing a game that go up and down. So I remember it being a very intense battle.
I think you're indirectly saying it was grueling for the commentators too. But
oh, no, we were okay.
Less so.
We were okay. Yeah, it depends how invested you get in the players you're watching, right, David? Because if you get too invested in them, then you do all the emotional ups and downs with them.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I guess we'll see how invested we get along the way. And we should remind everyone what these play-ins are all about, what we're playing for. The Paris Grand Slam is a bit away now. It's in April, but these are the elite players. They're waiting for our lucky qualifier, the winner of these play-ins on Friday, as David mentioned there. We will be finding out the 12th member of this elite group. Pretty decent chess players we see in front of us there.
Yeah. All the way from number 1 in the world down to about number 20. Yeah, these players are all in the top, maybe even 15 at this point. Incredibly strong field with 1, 2, 3, Magnus, Hikaru, and Fabiano, and of course Weissenhaus's winner, Vincent Keymer. I think everyone's going to be excited to watch him. He made himself a lot of fans at the last one.
Yeah, Vincent Keymer winning the first Grand Slam of the season. Yeah, he was just in sparkling form. He looks like the ultimate Chess 960 player. The one I'm looking forward to, though, the entry of Hans Niemann into the field.
Okay. Yeah, the other big name that's entering that hasn't been there before for me, Arjun Erigaisi. Because when I looked at the list last time, it was like they've got everybody in the top 10 except Arjun. What's going on? Because, you know, Arjun famously never gets invited to anything, right? Despite his stature, as he's been as high as number 3 in the world, and just plays open tournaments. But here he will be appearing, and we'll see for the first time if he's good at Fischer Random.
Yeah, poor Arjun, he never gets those invites, but finally, this is going to be a big chance for him in April, and I believe he'll be playing in Norway Chess as well the month after, so it could be a potentially big few months for Arjun Erigaisi. But what are you looking forward to most today, David? Is it the chess itself? What are your thoughts on freestyle in general?
You know, I am a huge proponent of freestyle. I've been, militating for the switch at the top from standard or old chess to freestyle chess for maybe 15 years or so. And so I'm really excited that this is kind of the big breakout year for the format. As far as what to look forward to today, as kind of a fan of chess, sort of art and ideas and all that, I'm looking forward to seeing some new ideas and learning something today. And at the last qualifiers, I learned a lot from Fedoseev. He was in super form during those qualifiers, and then he came on and did interviews with us each day because he was winning every game he played. And so we were able to learn from him, and also from Sindarov, and hopefully we'll be illuminated today by such players as Alexander Grishuk.
Yeah, and game one, round one has begun. It's Alexander Grishuk here with the black pieces against a player who's new to me, I must admit, Dushyant Sharma from India. And yeah, I think the one thing we guarantee is that we learn something. The one thing I learned from the first Grand Slam in Weissenhaus is that the players like to break symmetry as quickly as possible. But this game, until this last move, looking very symmetrical so far.
Yeah. A lot of the players with white seem to focus on what's the first opportunity to break symmetry. This position here, the first thing that scares me, David, are potential weak squares in front of the kings. B2 and C2 for white, B7, C7 for black. It's not a quick position to castle. And so I think I've had disasters myself where something like a queen landed on B5 and just tactical horror. This knight on B3 can also come to A5. So that's of concern.
Watch out. Watch out here. Okay, the knight comes out. Castling, of course, is another big thing in freestyle. It looks like white is ready to castle. I don't know. Do we say queenside? The king's already sat on that flank.
Yeah, sometimes we say left side. Sometimes we say queenside. And sometimes we just gesture. You know, he's trying to castle over here.
That way.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. The first castles of the game. All I remember is that you castle on the squares you would normally castle to. That makes sense.
Yeah.
And there we go. We see that, okay, Dushyant Sharma, I was going to say that's a very low rating, but of course these are freestyle ratings, so I don't think they're too indicative of the player's true strengths.
Right. Yeah. We've had, I mean, I remember we were watching Volodar Murzin, the world rapid champion, at the previous play-in, and he had a rating of 15 or 1600 as well at the beginning. He was 2200 by the end. But it'll take a moment for these ratings to line up, folks. So for the moment, just assume that everybody's strong, regardless of what the ratings tell you. But then looking at Grishuk's rating, 2800, that does tell you something. When you see a rating over 2800, there's only a few of them. That's going to tell you that somebody is super good and that they've practiced freestyle or Chess 960 or Fischer Random quite a bit before the event.
Yeah. What's your favorite name for this variant that we're playing? Is it freestyle?
My
960 in your mind?
favorite thing is for the chess variant itself, because I know freestyle also has something to do with people picking their opponents and like various other things about the setup. My favorite name for the chess variant is Fischer Random Chess. I think the random tells you something about it. I think Fischer's, a big famous name. And also the name's older than the other names. And I don't generally feel like a huge inclination to keep reinventing wheels or names, just
makes sense. And
as long as it's not called Hitler chess, I'm okay with just stick with the name we have.
Yeah. Fischer Random sounds good to me. In the meantime, this position, I'm going to say looking very even, but I don't know if we jump to a game where some crazy stuff's already happened. It looks like we might soon be getting a result already.
Oof.
Yeah,
we've had a couple games that finished in like 9 moves last time around.
Oof. Yeah, some miniatures. The first 10 moves to me are the most dangerous in freestyle or Fischer Random. It's easy to blunder, easy to let something slip.
I mean, it's basically the phase of the game that most players are not familiar with playing, because most modern chess players have never played chess without opening theory, basically. Maybe for a couple weeks when they first learned the rules as a kid, and then, somebody showed them a couple moves of the Italian, and then they were off to the races.
Yeah, 4 years old, who needs openings when you're 4? But yeah, they're back in those unknown waters now, and maybe we can jump to the game that Denis Lazovic is currently playing, I believe on board 4, because just judging by the eval bar, this game, Grishuk looking very symmetrical, though getting his queen out now, looking quite nice.
I think White might have an edge because of knight a5 on the current board, hitting b7 and forcing a weakness, but they're playing it pretty symmetrically, so yeah, those
long diagonals looking very dangerous, though.
So you want me to go look for another game here?
You're in charge. You're the boss.
I seem to have control of the situation, so we're gonna go to the bird's eye view for a second. We'll see 8 different games here, and as we say that, it looks like Sharma's evaluation just dropped to dead loss against Grishuk. So maybe we should go back to that since we were just there and we'll see how he lost in one move as we tried to turn away.
That's my bad. That's my timing there. He's just walked into.
So he just brought the knight to b5. That was the move. We had been on this position, queen f7. He brings the knight to b5, right? Saying he wants to go after a7 and c7. And Grishuk just trades the piece. Exclam he gets for the trade. Okay. If queen takes, then the bishop on f2 is going to drop off. So he takes back with the knight and lets the queen in, threatening mate on a1. That looks pretty painful. And now knight c4, keeping the king from stepping out.
That is painful.
Yeah.
Painful. Checkmate's
Grishuk says he doesn't want a lengthy king hunt, right? He could have gone queen a1, queen b2, started rousting the king out into the middle. He says, why don't you stay here? Why don't you just end the game?
It's just like you said. I mean, games ending on move 9. The blunder happened on move 11. So, crazy stuff. Even if you survive the opening, there's no kind of guarantee that you're safe. There's no way to play for a draw, no way to guarantee stability. So, yeah, this one over. I think he just forgot the queen on f1 was overloaded. Yeah,
I think he probably forgot about the bishop on f2. He thought knight b5. There's so many pieces defending it. Someone will be able to recapture. Didn't really check any of the moves. And yeah, there's no way to get the king out from queen a1 and queen b2. So they'll end there, and we will go check out another board. Now we are all sufficiently warned to be careful here.
Okay, Grishuk warming up as we see some big names. Esipenko, very strong player. David Navarra. Talking of Davids, it's maybe we make it a fully David show. Just fully focus on him today. Danya
could do that. Just follow him all the way. Somebody's like, "Who's in first place today?" We don't know. Just falling David. Hopefully
Imagine
David's
if
in first place.
exactly. Imagine if he does come top of the standings now. Naroditsky also playing. Very strong player. Sam Sevian.
Oh, cool.
Um,
Naroditsky commented with me last time, and I said, you could be playing. So I guess took that to heart.
yeah, yeah. I mean, maybe he just fell in love with the freestyle. Should we check out his game? What other positions catch your eye? There's a lot of very messy positions. A lot of knights
Uh,
dancing around the board.
I think the Sevian game is kind of interesting with the queen already into a7, which was
Hmm.
decisive for Grishuk, but here it looks still complicated.
Yeah.
So that's one that catches my eye. There's also
Yeah.
Serrana getting his king attacked by less well-known Manish F.
Hmm. Yeah, should we check out that first game you mentioned, Sam Sevian? Because there is a very
Sure.
similar pattern as you mentioned to the one we
Yeah.
just saw. There's a big threat on the board
Now
of knight
Sevian
to
in the
c5.
last round missed out on tie breaks at the last play in this Swiss. And you'll notice that he also sports a 2800 Fisher random rating. So he's very, very good at this. Um,
Yeah, I must admit this looks scary. Like knight c5 is maybe
right?
a threat, closing
The
the
same
cage.
pattern that we saw last time, knight c5 taking away the square.
Oh,
Big difference in defensive resource here, though. This bishop on c6 anchoring the b7 pawn makes it harder to deliver the checkmate.
yeah, and
I like that move, rook f8, even if the eval bar doesn't. The idea is if knight c5 comes in, the king now
mhm,
has a flight route through king d8, king e7.
yeah,
So it makes a lot of sense, and the rook looks pretty well placed here. I would have also looked at rook g8.
yeah. Very important that black has queen to e3 check if just to get the queen out of the way before the king starts running. If white
Here's
does
an
jump in.
interesting point, David, because the most obvious move for black would have been bishop takes knight on e4. That seems to stop knight c5. And then
Yeah,
after de4, you might be tempted to grab that pawn as well. And there, we're walking into queen a8, king here, and knight c5.
yeah,
You showed a
very
similar tactic in a game between Firouzja and Gukesh in
yeah.
Weissenhaus, but it was sort of like even a checkmate setup that you had in the opening. The
Exactly.
rook
These
open.
tactics always lurking. Actually, after bishop takes e4, I realized maybe the immediate queen a8 as well, very strong. Or
After
maybe the
bishop takes
immediate
e4,
or maybe knight c5 first. Or I think all orders win, ironically,
every
with knight
every move
c5.
order wins. You do this all forcing check. Pawn takes the
Exactly.
knight, and then takes with discovered
Yeah,
massacre
beautiful.
on the d file. Okay, let's see what's happening to them. So after rook f8,
Hmm.
which we don't know if there was anything right or wrong with that move, white played king to b1, which apparently misses a tactic. I mean, did knight c5 work even there, David?
Wow. I'm not
It
sure
doesn't
because
seem like it would, right?
yeah, that idea you mentioned, the knight coming into c5, that I mean, black would take the knight, or maybe this knight in. Yeah,
Maybe somehow you can sack your queen on f8, but it would be two pieces against a rook. It doesn't
yeah,
seem
I don't see it. And knight
amazing,
takes.
right? If we forced this line here, that doesn't seem
Hmm.
that endgame shouldn't be particularly good for white.
No,
Something like that looks normal.
yeah, I think I'd take the pieces if anything over the
Yeah,
rook.
yeah.
Um, yeah, and
I would too, but some strong fans of mine have been trying to slowly teach me that the rook holds its own.
oh, it's so hard to evaluate those types of positions. In the meantime, okay, he didn't go for that. He played king b1, so there was no queen e3 check stuff to get out of the way. So king b1 kind of makes sense to set up the threat of knight c5, which has been
Right.
stopped now.
Yeah. So right here, knight c5 was now a threat, taking away the flight square, and no queen e3.
Mm-hmm.
So queen e5.
Yeah, maybe the
So
danger has passed.
yeah, it seems like black is okay. If this rook comes off of the d file, it might allow black to win the pawn on e4 as well, right? Like here
Mm-hmm.
you might say, oh, my rook looking at the d3 pawn, should I put it on f1 or g1? Maybe
Mm-hmm.
an open file. But I would be concerned that black might be able to take the pawn from me then. Unless we have the time to just come back. No. C6.
Oh, c6 as well. Yeah.
Or any b pawn move you were saying?
Yeah, but
That
c6
also...
is even stronger.
Yeah.
Why is this? Oh, rook takes
so
g6.
Why is this position winning? Rook takes g6. Oh, I picked the right file by accident.
Yeah. Part of the master plan. The black rook hanging at the end of the variation.
So, what's white doing here? After some thought, they play knight to d2, defending e4. So, I think also at the speed they're playing, white wasn't looking at that rook takes g6 detail.
I mean, Sam Sevian, I've played him a few times, and he's so tactically sharp. He's just good at all speed formats, all time formats, and all variants. I know he plays correspondence chess as well. He seems to be good at everything.
Yeah. So I wonder what he's up to here, though. I mean, they're more than halfway into the round, 4 minutes against 3 minutes. And I'm not seeing any obvious ways for white to make inroads against black's king still. Like knight c4, knight d6 doesn't look like it works to me. Black trades it off.
I'm a bit surprised, though, because that bishop looked like quite a good defender. C6. Oh, okay, he just wanted a pawn.
Oh, he wants the pawn. But queen a8, queen b7?
Yeah, I think he wants to play queen to b5 at the end there queen b5 to swap the queens off, maybe?
Yeah, okay, he had a plan.
If the queens come off, I'm not sure who's better. Maybe nobody's better.
Yeah, if the queens come off, it looks pretty equal. And Sevian would rather keep black's pawns split on the queen side. So, plays queen a7. Now he can dream and go to the open file. There we go.
Yeah, so this game looks like it might go on for a while. We're getting some results. Should we take a look at the bird's eye view, maybe? Yeah,
let's have a look at bird's eye view, see if there are any games here among the top games that have finished. Victories for Sergei Volkov, Alexander Grishuk, and Denis Lazovic confirmed. Parham Magsudlu has an insane position with opposite side kings, neither of them looking too happy at the moment.
Just to mention, on the bottom left of your screens there, Daniel Naroditsky looks like he's about to bank his first win. We mentioned him. Rook endgame, extra pawn. That one, should be converting very smoothly. I'm happy to follow your lead here. Which game?
All right, I'm going to take you to Magsudlu's game. Okay. He probably has a few fans in the audience. So here he is up against Mark Smirnov, FIDE master. And the kings on a1 and g8 look like the main features of the position to me. Yeah, it looks quite normal, I would say. It looks like some kind of, open Sicilian with opposite side castling. And yeah, it could have been one of those like knight horse or dragons.
Yeah.
Yeah, black castles. And I guess the other thing that matters in this position, David, is white has 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock. That's probably another feature here. But this king has no squares on a1. And black was facing a threat of bishop e6 last move. Queen f7 is so the rook can defend it at the risk of, knight h5, knight f6. Maybe he's going to do a queen trade in for many pieces. I don't know if I should call it a sack when you're getting a good collection of pieces out of it.
Yeah, but okay, apparently a mistake though. Apparently the underdog here, Mark Smirnov, has something strong.
I mean, the bishop on e4 is hanging. If knight h5 and we trade the queen for pieces, then we just drop the bishop at the end and lose.
Is the idea to meet knight h5 with knight f3, a block and a counterattack?
Knight f3. Defending the bishop on e4 critically. Very nice, and opening up threats on this diagonal where black could play a move like knight takes d4, sacking the queen now.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, that's beautiful, actually.
Okay, so it's not knight there that's the problem.
Mm.
What about very straightforward bishop e6? We would sack the rook and then play knight f3 again, maybe?
But then the bishop on e4 is hanging, right?
Right, that's why I'm doing it like this. I'm just trying to hit the bishop on e4 with just straight forcing moves. 40 seconds for white, and they found some move, and it was queen g3.
Well, that feels wrong somehow.
Yeah, I guess mainly because it missed bishop e6.
Yeah, never great missing a strong move, but it also feels, I don't know, like a bit of a weird square. G3 doesn't really do much. I guess fully reliant on some f-file tactics now.
I suppose he saw knight h5, knight f3, and tried to reposition the queen so that knight f3 wouldn't be as strong. And his idea is that next move he could play either knight h5 or knight e6 or something.
Yeah. Okay, so Magzudlu with a bit of a time advantage. Plays knight f3 anyway.
Wow.
Wow.
So what's the idea if white takes twice? This white's move seemed to be expressly aimed against the exact move that Arm has played anyway.
Yeah. It's very complicated. Yeah, rook takes knight is the first move you should look at, I guess.
Maybe black's going to go after this knight with rook f8 and bishop e5. I have to be careful about rook f8, bishop e6, right? So I have to watch my moves. And white can also always unpin with like queen e2 or queen d3 or something.
Yeah, so many loose pieces here.
Because this rook on b5. So that doesn't feel quite right for black.
Okay, we actually have
white
some
has
moves
9
in the
seconds,
game.
so he's got to make a move.
Yeah, so he went the other way.
Traded on h8, garnering a double question mark for who knows what reason.
This reason, I think. He missed the intermezzo, rook takes g5. Suddenly something's happening. Some back rank issues for white, maybe. Some pins. Rook f8. Is that
or I'm using his extra time here wisely.
f6. Yeah.
Tie you to these checkmates over here. c3, b2.
1 second.
I think something like rook takes g4, right?
Oof. Yeah, I mean, it's so tempting already. Rook takes g4 ideas. Maybe not quite yet. I mean, you mentioned the key feature of the position being the kings a bit earlier. It's clear that the white king is far weaker than its counterpart.
Yeah.
Wow. Weird moves, though. I've got to say, d5 would not have been on my radar.
Yeah, white was ready for it, too. Knight takes d5 came in as the pawn appeared on d5.
Just wants to win an endgame. c3 is now hanging. Yeah, Magzudlu, he's another player I've played many times, and he's so quick. The Iranian Grandmaster.
I mean, for the seconds on white's clock, Mark Smirnov has come up with a pretty good setup, right? The knight on b4 avoids checkmates. But his pieces would be stretched thin if these kingside pawns advance.
Yeah, that's going to happen.
Okay, there was a back rank threat of rook takes knight, so white defends it with the bishop. Here comes the g pawn. Yeah, it's just too much.
Too much. Oh, nice trick there. The back rank.
Back rank. Just waiting for that to come in.
Yeah. Rook G, yeah, Rook C2, Rook G3. Everything seems winning.
Threatening mate.
Oh dear, that is checkmate. There we go. Well played, Parham Magzudlu.
Wow, a wild one. A wild one. Hopefully he enjoyed that.
And wow, a player that we followed earlier, Sam Sevian, about to crash to defeat, it seems. Not too many remaining games. Here we go.
There it is. Lost in this equal endgame that he was trying to press.
Yeah. No weak players nowadays. That's the problem, right? No,
Yeah,
no
that's the problem for the
easy
strong
games.
players. It's like our opponents are strong too now.
Whoa. What's
All
this?
right, I found Jeffrey Xiong still playing.
Wow. He's playing on seconds. This could be a long game.
Yeah, he's trying to
Oh,
hold on. If he
could he?
trades queens and plays king
Oh,
g7, white has knight e6, so he won't be able to
yeah.
trade the last pawn. So he needs to give a perpetual.
Oh, I think he's got one, right? He's found this mechanism you dance around. The king is
Yeah.
tied to its queen in the center.
Normally, knight b7 would have given white some chances to get out. The knight's very good at covering all your checking
Hmm.
squares.
I think
If
he
he
has to
comes
try
back up
that.
to c6, he could
Yeah.
have a go at it.
Yeah, we'll see that happen.
Oh,
Oh,
draw agreed. Before he can make
wow.
it back. 3 times around.
Yeah, I guess once the knight moves away, if black can have a swap queens, then black will be able to trade off the last pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, maybe a bit of a lucky escape there from Jeffrey Xiong.
Looks like we've got 2 or 3 remaining games in the round. Here's International Master Al Dr Ansat bringing home 2 extra pawns.
Hmm. Yeah, there we go. The white bishop is doomed.
Yeah, and d1 comes in, so there's a win there.
Hmm.
Um,
It looks
got
like,
Luka Paikadze.
yeah, the game's
Wow.
going.
See, this is what I was talking about with the knight, in Jeffrey Xiong's game. This knight covers a lot of the checks. This is how Magnus won game 6
Hmm.
um, against Nepo, right? So it's a famous knight. And here, although white has knight against rook in this crazy queen ending, looks like the b pawn might make it.
Yeah, I think this was a bit of a miss by Paishadze. He's just obsessed with giving checks. He forgot that knights can be fantastic defenders like this.
Mm-hmm.
Another another upset. It looks like, at least in terms of FIDE ratings, but they can be very different from classical ratings, of course.
Yeah.
Um,
I noticed
yeah.
somebody in chat asking, is Sindarov not playing this time around? He is playing. He is
Mhm.
playing, but he's got a spot in the knockout bracket tomorrow. Last time he had to play his way through this Swiss as well, and he made it all the way to the final match with Fedoseev. So he was one of the people who had a very grueling tournament. Played something like 11 games on the first day of qualifiers, and then 2 more days of matches.
And this is the perfect moment to remind everyone this is field awaiting us tomorrow in the knockout stages. We have some fantastic players. I mean, the likes of Abdusattorov, Levon Aronian, Ding. That'll be fun to see him in action. Wei Yi, Duda, Rapport, Mamedyarov. And yeah, today we're just looking for the 4 players who will join this bracket. So the top 4 in the Swiss will be in action again tomorrow against these heavyweights. And here we go. It looks like the Swiss stage round 1, at least, wrapping up now. And these are the players who were victorious. I believe there's 172 players in the field. I'm not sure if any are late joining, but yeah, we saw some ups and downs in that first round, David.
Yeah, it was it was wild. The favorites didn't have any time to warm up, right? They're just immediately getting challenged.
Yeah, we saw some FMs take down Grandmasters. And wow, we're off already with round 2. It's going to be non-stop action for the rest of this Swiss stage 9 rounds today. This is round 2 beginning, and I want to call this the English opening, but obviously it's, it's something a bit different. What catches your eye here?
Definitely has some things in common with the English opening. It's the c pawn's going to secure a square on c3 for the knight. The rook is already on c1, which is a nice square for the rook in the English, so we don't even have to bring it over there. In general, when I've got 2 knights on the same side of the board, I often like to grab space on that side of the board.
Mm-hmm.
So I could imagine possibly even playing b4 at some point, and trying to castle to the right side. Normally the king side, although the queen is in there as well, so we could call it the royal side for this game.
Nice.
I would like to castle royal side if I could this game here, I think.
Yeah, I would Yeah, I don't think it's likely they'll castle the what's the opposite of royal? The
The
noble side.
proletariat or plebeian side,
Exactly.
the serfs. No, knights and bishops are much higher up than serfs, right?
Yeah, exactly. But I was gonna say probably the most logical move is to be symmetrical here. But
Yeah,
there's never much fun to kind of play it in this type of manner. I'm not gonna say boring, but yeah,
right.
obviously you want to mix things up. But as black, it's tough to do sometimes. And there we go. I was gonna say f3 or f4, very likely just to open up the dark squared bishop, the queen, to
Yeah.
get castled.
For anyone who's newer to this format, there's this question of how to get out your queen and bishop in this kind of a position, because like if you play e3 to let your queen out on a diagonal, you blocking the bishop on g1. If you play g3 to let your queen out to those long diagonals, like g2 might be a great square for the queen if you just had to pick for her, but the bishop on g1 is going to complain. Um, so one of my first thoughts was you might play e3 and h3, so they go out in opposite directions without creating too many weaknesses. But black
Mhm.
already has the bishop sitting on b8, so I won't be able to castle royal side if I go bishop h2. My rook will be
Yeah.
stuck on h2. So then I was just getting to thinking about the f pawn, as David said that he was expecting f3 or f4. This will let the bishop come out diagonally and the queen come out laterally or rook style.
I mean, that's the beautiful thing about Fisher Random Chess, Freestyle Chess. I mean, there's so many terms we could coin or openings we could rename. And I've just been looking at other games as well, and it looks like c4 was played on move one on most of the top boards.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like, at least in this specific starting position, it looks like a lot of kind of consensus that this is how white should be developing the pieces, especially like you said, those that royal side, the queen, the bishop.
Yeah.
Makes a lot
So
of
yeah,
sense.
it's true. We've got a lot of room to invent some new names for things. But here's one name that comes from actual chess that I've never gotten to use in commentating until the plans, which is the Yville structure. That's c4, d3, e3, f4. Now, the
Weibel
Yville
structure.
structure is named for somebody very obscure in real chess, because in real chess, playing the bird's opening and later following up with c4 is fairly non-standard as an approach.
Dubious.
Um, but in Fisher Random, it seems to come up at least once in every tournament.
Yeah, I've literally not thought of that, but I mean, you're right. It actually makes a lot of sense in Fisher Random Chess.
Yeah, there are times where that's how it goes. Here, I don't expect pawns on d3 and e3 though, with the bishops on
Mm.
g1 and b1 who would both protest. Although it's going to be really weird to see if black goes for symmetry at some point, how the players are going to use these bishops,
Yeah, and
because they're both sort of ramming into pawns.
yeah, we'll come back to that game. Very interesting start, but very early days there. We see our bird's eye view in front of us. It looks like some crazy starts. On the bottom right, Volkov doing some wild stuff. I think sacrificing a pawn very early. Volkov, one of the underdog winners in round one. And also, that red board at the top looks
Mm-hmm.
very. I'm trying to work out what's happened. There were some odd checks.
Yeah, there's
Um,
an early queen sortie, which is also something you don't see as much in standard chess. For whatever reason, the Scandinavian openings of the world are not that great in
mhm.
normal chess. The central squares just get easily hit by knights, I guess. So it's harder for the queen to find a spot. Whereas in different Fisher random setups, you find queens hitting the pitch early.
Yeah, and again, I'll give you the choice of which game to jump to. It looks like we're spoilt.
Yeah, I'll try.
Spoilt
I'll
for
try and
choice here.
find that Xiao game that you
Mm.
mentioning there. It's not guaranteed that I can find it quickly here, but I'll try to get to it.
Uh, yeah, I mean, there's so many interesting games. Serrana as
Yeah,
well.
there's hundreds of games, and I don't have an
Maybe
easy
we
way to always find
maybe we stick to the top boards for now. Then, in that
what I'm
case,
looking at.
we could go to the World Rapid Champion Volodar Mertzin against Alexei
Okay,
Serrana, maybe just
all right, I'll
because
jump to him
it's
for you. That's a heavy
similar.
matchup.
Yeah, similar to that pawn structure you were mentioning, that Weidel structure, that kind of even better version now, I would say. for white for Mertzin if we do jump there.
He's grabbed space with this F pawn, and suddenly it's like black can't break the embrace of the light squares, huh?
Yeah.
Trying. He's trying. I expect white to just plunge in.
Yeah. Plunge in or
Maybe
queen F3.
F3.
Yeah. Great minds. Looks beautiful.
The difference is yours is quick and mine is slow.
Oh, no. It's not about speed, as long as the conclusion is correct. That's my great learning from chess over the years.
All right.
Queen F3. Right.
Queen F3.
And the bar slides down. Oh, knight B4.
The bar slides down. Okay, I saw this move knight b4 continuing to fight for control of d5, and I imagined white would play a3 in response, but what I think I had missed, perhaps Merzen had missed, I'm sure you figured it out by now.
No, yeah. I missed it
After only a few minutes with you, I've got an idea. Is that black would play d5 instead of retreating the knight, right?
Great decision.
Yeah. And suddenly black's position is good, so I think Merzen sort of taking a moment to reevaluate, right? Taking a beat to say, wait, what do I do about this?
Yeah, and I mean that's another thing about Fischer Random or Freestyle 960. Often the first pawn break is the most important. From what I've been seeing lately, just if you can break out, especially with black, if you can break out, get your pieces out in time, then you're at least in a healthy position. If not, then you might just be stuck passive forever. And I've seen a lot of games where black just doesn't get a chance to break out, just a bit too slow with the development. And very important find there by Serrana.
So it's along those lines, but I would suggest knight d5 for Merzen, even though now we're going to sack the a2 pawn to do it. But just, I feel like the difficulty level for black of that position is very high. If we block in the bishop on b8 and the rook on d8, etc.
Yeah, I like that idea as well. But maybe he just wanted to avoid the risk.
Yeah, I mean, that's also, we also have to remember these players are playing a long series of 10-minute games. They have to maintain their mental stability, their decision-making, their emotions. And you're going to get hit repeatedly by these little surprises, right? Like black plays knight b4 and you realize you don't have a3. You have to respond to these each time. And often you just want to do something stable, right? If you've just missed something, you say, how do I avoid just losing this game with a rash decision right now? Just keep the game going.
Yeah, and there they go. The king's on the royal side. And again, it's looking very normal, this position.
Right.
Stabilized for both.
Yeah, black's got this sort of Marazzi bind structure, c5 and e5, rook on the d file. Normally in standard chess, we think of that as a slight advantage, just sort of freer movement for black. The sort of different feature here is this pawn on f5, which gives white sort of kingside pawn storm dreams.
And now big question, because again, long term, if white stabilizes, that pawn is going to push up the board. And yeah, exactly as you're highlighting, bishop to d5 is kind of the desirable move, unless black can maybe blow open the center, sacrifice a pawn with e4 in some cases.
Right. And why is bishop d5 desirable?
Yeah, I think essentially because you want to leave black with that horrible dart squared bishop on b8. So if you can trade off the other pieces, I mean, the light squares look like they're under control by white, right? So yeah, and knight for bishop trade, allowing knight takes e4 here would open up the d file again, weaken white's backward pawn on d3. So
he's thinking quite a while about it, right?
Yeah, if you can make it work, it's strong, but long
bishop d5 both seems desirable and knight e4 seems undesirable. So it feels like you're being pushed to just bash out some move, and he goes into the corner. Wow.
I mean, I don't think he's staying there for long. Like if bishop c7, he has to move out already, but why not, right? Get the opponent to think. Nice flashy move.
Yeah, I don't know. Preserving his options. I mean, the problem is he probably thought longer on this move than Serrana's going to think on bishop c7. Like if he did this in 1 second, but he spent 1 out of 10 minutes.
Yeah, I don't think I would have even seen that move after an hour, let alone a minute. And
yeah, I mean, Alexei was confused, but he was reasonable. 30 seconds. So
yeah, it's True. Got to be practical in these long days, like you said. Not just about this one move. Maybe it's just genius bishop a8 because now the black bishop on c7. I don't know. It's harder to somehow attack that white intruder on c6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like Serrana's trade on c3, by the way, is what reversed the trend of this game, which was going pretty well for him. For those in chat wondering, like, why did we like black's position, then suddenly less so? I think bringing white's b pawn to c3 and then c4, this has created the option of bishop d5, and with e4, you can really lock the d5 square, stop all black's play on the d file. I think that's what turned the game, but now there's a dramatic decision, g6. David, was this at all on your horizons?
It did cross my mind, but I don't know. I was too scared to suggest it, at least now, because it does look a bit kind of counterproductive. It feels like you've opened the black king slightly. Bishop h4 is coming very quickly in a lot of positions. I kind of understand why he did it. Nobody wants to sit there passively and maneuver forever, but risky stuff, I would say.
Yeah. Bishop h4 might be a big deal. If I had to guess at black's motivation, they're trying to get the bishop on c7. Some kind of prospects in the game with g6 and then f5, and then suddenly bishop c7 is fully in the game. So I think it's a very big question whether or not white can prevent f5 for black. If black played f5, their position wouldn't look so bad to me.
Ooh.
And their computer hates us.
Of course, the most natural move, bishop h4, is a mistake. Whoops.
Yeah.
Knight f5 is a decent defensive option if needed. Maybe black just ignores it. Bishop takes d3 needs to be calculated. King g7 also possible. Time to heat up. It's the world rapid champion we should mention against a former European champion. So very strong rapid players. Meeting as early
and
as
Alexei already had his wake-up moment in round one. He allowed, an upstart's queen into a2 or c2. He was under horrible attack. I saw his evaluation bar completely vanished, so the computer wasn't giving him a snail's chance in a blizzard. But somehow he won that game, so he's alive. Fighting.
Like all the best players, they know how to escape when they need to. Okay, again, this is a weird moment to think. Why not just king g7 instantly? Is white going to sacrifice positionally and play queen takes f5 next move?
Oh my goodness. I think they should. I mean, the computer's probably going to yell at you again, but I think white should do it for sure.
I mean, you only live once, right? Queen takes f5. You get 2 pieces for it, but...
And what pieces? I mean, knight on e4, doubled rooks on the f file.
Oh, wow. Rook takes f5.
Now Serrana shows us what he was thinking about.
Yeah.
Sacks a rook to avoid the queen sack or something?
I guess he's just playing for compensation. I mean, he's got a double attack now on e3, h4. Rook d8's coming. Wow, that's a high-class move, I've got to say. Rook takes d5. Because in practical terms, it looked scary for black. Wow,
he gives it back and avoids a passive move like bishop f2. Still looks like d3 is in trouble, potentially to rook d8, but then I guess f6 will be too weak to actually capture on d3, huh? So you can't, your rook can't be at both parties.
Yeah. Games like this are so hard to explain, though. Games like this, where, I mean, how do you explain how a rook is better than a knight when they've both just given up the exchange?
Well, I mean, it forces you to say, it's situational, whether rooks or knights are better. Serrana, I was looking at queen d7 and queen e6 here. That was my instinct, trying to take some pressure off with a queen trade. But in this line here with queen f3, it seems like white can keep the middle game going.
Yeah, and position stays very, very complicated. I like queen f3. I mean, I was going to say, normally you keep queens on if you have the safer king. Your opponent's king's fit vulnerable.
Does he think the f-pawn is still not allowed to move? It used to be stuck. It used to be a great target. Now it's ready to fight back, no?
Yeah, I guess he wants to go around c3, d5, nice outpost, but... Okay, going to become a bit of a grind now. I'm a bit biased
Yeah.
towards two bishops, I should mention,
Mhm.
but we'll see.
Yep. Yeah, when I meet a new chess player, my first thought is they're probably biased in favor of the two bishops.
You calling me a newbie?
No, I'm saying on average most of us are. I'm
yeah,
also a two bishops person.
Yeah.
It's
That
much
makes
rarer
sense.
to meet somebody who likes the knights. They're always going to be like somebody weird or like, some kind of like Nimzovich player or a bullet expert.
True. What do you predict? What do you predict here? Level, or are we in for some surprises?
I think that Serrana is on top right now. He's got more than 2 extra minutes on the clock, which is pretty significant here. Um, that E4 move does stabilize things a bit, though.
Mm-hmm. Shall we jump out to the bird's eye view as some games now? We're in the
Yeah.
time trouble phase. We see success by one of the Davids on the top left. It looks like David Navarre is about to give checkmate. Nice.
Right on, David.
Yeah, checkmate from our Czech friend. And Naroditsky. That looks very interesting. Queen versus two rooks. Okay. Grishuk. The bottom, bottom central right there. Looks like he's in charge. Big positional advantage for one of our top seeds there. Denis Lazovic, in the meantime, has won his game.
Yeah, actually, I like Grishuk's position. It's very interesting to me how you sort of build this kind of advantage from a distance. That bishop b1, queen c2, those positions where you put pressure from far away. And now with the idea h4, h5, h6 to muss up the black king, perhaps.
Yeah. I mean, h5 is already really scary. That just looks like checkmate on the diagonal. And white has it discovered.
So you won't even play h6. You'll play knight h6 check or some such move.
Yeah.
Knight d6, knight anywhere. Okay. So black needs to clear the f8 square here. Get that rook out of the way.
Knight on f8 and all that.
Queen can't move either.
Yeah.
How many trapped pieces does black have here, David?
That's a lot.
I'm counting 3.
Yeah.
Outrageous.
G4, wow. Go on. G4.
Been backed into a corner and you're calling for the end.
I mean, knight d6 also might just win material, I realized.
Oh, right. Yeah, you take and take.
Yeah.
So black would have to give the exchange there on knight d6. That seems more sensible in a rapid game to play knight d6 than to play g4.
True.
Oh, he lines it up even more. I think he's having fun now.
Yeah, this is classy stuff. Also, Tregubov down to just 5 seconds.
Yeah. But this knight's not even allowed to run away from the fact that it's hanging to knight d6, knight f7, because if it ever runs away, there's checkmate. So he just kind of loses here with all the pieces on the board without a blow being struck.
Wow, he lets his time run out, Pavel Tregubov. Very strong grandmaster himself, we should mention, but that was a masterclass by Grishuk.
Yeah, and I think in the interval, Serrana lost.
Whoa!
I think Serrana won. I think Merzen made some kind of a blunder. He was the one who was really low on time in that other game.
Wow.
Yeah,
you're right. So, he looks to have got his bishop trapped. That was a quite nice ending, actually, to that game. But okay, Serrana takes the win against young Volodar Mertzin. Which other games should we be jumping to? Oh, actually, yeah,
I would say here.
Daniel Naroditsky
maybe Naroditsky's game, right? Maybe Naroditsky's.
Is that
it's the most balanced of these games here.
It's balanced. It might just be a fortress. Naroditsky's got the queen, but what to do with a queen when your opponent has no weaknesses?
Yeah.
He's got to get his king around to h3. The black king.
Yeah.
He's coming in.
Okay. Seemingly allowing e3 or bishop e3, but it's just to confuse white. They're probably both traps that Danya saw quickly. Okay, the king's gotten as far as it can for the moment.
I mean, this is what the definition of a fortress is. Pretty much it's pieces on defended squares, right, that cannot be dislodged. The white rook, the white bishop, the white rook. I mean, both of them creating a barrier.
Yeah, well, I mean, I feel like Danya's going to try Danya magic, right? So now the king's headed to h3.
Ah, I knew it. He's going to find a way in. Oh, although his pawn is dropping. Oops.
Yep, that's the cost.
Pretty high cost, actually. Now, I'd start to get a bit nervous as black. Don't want to press too hard. And
the white king says, never mind, that's not my home.
Oh, it's running.
But do you give your e-pawn?
Yeah, time to go back.
King's going to head to f1 now.
Okay, I still like what both sides are doing pretty much.
Yeah.
Daniel trying. I'm not so familiar with his opponent, Ekaterina Goltseva. But it looks like she's put up a great defensive wall here for him to overcome.
Ooh, fancy. He prepares for the attack on e2 by first attacking the a pawn, so the rook is tied.
King f1. Ooh, now e2 drops though.
Yep. And white has to reorganize. Because now the rook's square is e3, I suppose, but it's good to have two different squares so you can shuffle in time pressure as well.
I really like what she's doing with her king, though. There we go. She's going to get rid of
look
his
at that
pawn.
attack on the f-pawn.
Yeah, nice. He's just running out of pieces. He's only got his queen now. Danya.
Yeah.
What are your predictions? Definite draw or still some tricks left?
Oh, he couldn't even take the a pawn because of bishop d6 discovered check.
That would have been a nasty surprise.
Yeah, I think he'll still manage a perpetual check, but it was very nice defense by white. And there's probably some part of Danya's mind now where he's thinking, like, I better be careful.
Yeah. If the white a pawn starts getting to a5 beyond.
Yeah.
This is, I mean, he'll never lose, surely, with all the checks.
Yeah, I think you only really get scared if the pawn gets to the 5th or 6th rank.
There we go. Disappears.
There we go. Okay, draw for that one.
Yep. Are there any other games still?
Yeah, there's a heavyweight battle here, although the position's pretty clear between Nguyen Oc Song and Aram Hakobian. But there's the resignation, so that's over. We've got Jeffrey Xiong playing to the last moment again. Knight endgame, his king is in.
Yep. Should it be decisive? 2-pawn advantage incoming. Unless black can somehow get the a4 pawn, but I don't really see it.
Yeah. I feel like these knight endings are a little bit finicky, though. Like, sometimes in a bullet scramble situation, you just hang one pawn and...
Yeah. It can be, but not this one.
Knight b4 is a typical technique there. If you're ever in a situation where you've got one pass pawn instead of two, folks, knight b4, very important technique, because single pawn on the 7th and knight is usually a win. Yeah. In fact, as they're setting up for round 3, I'll just show you folks this pattern here. Knight b4. That's how you could win it without the a4 pawn.
Yeah, and it looks like...
Little trick.
So Jeffrey Xiong takes the win in that game. Looks like most of the results are in now. It's just Daniel Naroditsky trying to grind it out.
Still playing in circles here with the queen. And somehow Ekaterina has gotten her clock up from 10 seconds to 30. So I've seen Danya flag people before, but I don't think it's happening this game.
He's flagged me so many times. Oh my gosh. But it looks like...
Do you like bullet yourself, David?
I used to. I'm getting too old for it these days. I'm semi-retired.
But you have been a speed demon in a former life.
I used to break several mouses, not just through anger, but through playing too much bullet. How about yourself?
No, I'm not much of a bullet player. I only played a little bit when I had like a baby, and 30, 50 seconds was all the free time I had. So I settled for it, but it was like, it was like eating one crumb when you were hungry and seeing the whole meals over there in the other room, but you can't go.
It's efficient, but it never sates the appetite, right?
Never sated me at all, personally.
Oof. I will admit that I went through during the pandemic in 2020. The only chess I played online was 1 minute, so bullet chess 960. But
chess 960. Wow.
Yeah, chess 960. Here we go. Finally a draw, and standings are in after round 2.
Yeah. So Sergei Sklokin, a name I'm not familiar with high tie breaks at the moment. One unfortunate thing with the tie breaks, David, is sometimes an opponent drops out after 1 or 2 rounds, and then it just can tank a player in this Swiss portion. So
tie breaks.
I never want to rely on the tie breaks myself.
Yeah, for everyone at home, often it is done on the sum of opponents' scores. So you want to hope that your opponents in previous rounds do well and help boost your tiebreak. But in the meantime, we see some familiar names and some less so, I would say. David, and the players at the top there in the standings, they've got higher tiebreaks because they've probably taken down very strong opponents. So causing some upsets.
Right. Yeah, these players with their upsets, they earned themselves a spot at the top of the tiebreaks. That's well done. We had one game still going. Rook and Bishop versus Rook. Famous endgame that can take a while.
And we don't have the names here, but I can confirm this is Jake Shanti with white in Indian FM against David Paravian, a very strong grandmaster with the black pieces from Russia there. Rook and Bishop versus Rook, though. Oof, this is a nightmare to defend.
Yeah. Well, I already saw him play one. Oh, and he's made it. That was 50 moves.
Good job.
Yeah. He played it quite well, from what I could see.
Yeah, doesn't look like the Black King was doing. Ever in danger there. So round 3 incoming. These are the standings. Oh, nice to see Alexandra Kosteniuk there on 2 out of 2. And some very strong grandmasters. We mentioned Sarana, Denis Lazovic won his games. Ed Dogmu from Turkey, young prodigy, joining the leading pack.
Probably the youngest player on that top 10 part of the standings there. And we've got Sasha versus Sasha, Alexandra versus Alexander.
Oh wow! This one's going to be fun. I was going to say compatriots, but yeah, Alexandra representing Switzerland these days.
Switzerland now, yeah.
And look at this; it's a Sicilian kind of.
Yeah. Closed for the moment, but white still has the d4 option. Bishops on their starting squares could give this a very quick normal chess feel, right? I mean, knights made it to b3, to c3 and f3. Bishops on normal squares. Yeah, they're like 2 moves away from a real Sicilian.
Yeah, the one piece that sticks out to me is the white queen in the corner. Black's queen looks like she might actually be decently placed if the position opens up. The white
totally
queen.
Fine here. Plus b8 is also a normal Sicilian square for her. All right, and Sasha opens it. I should not say Sasha at all in this matchup. Sorry. Alexandra opens the board, and that is her style. She's a fairly straight up aggressive kind of e4 player, not like insane aggressive, just normal aggressive, right? She plays main lines and principled moves.
Yeah. very principled. And yeah, she prefers dynamic positions where she can try and play on the front foot at least. Yeah, open Sicilians, I don't see her play too often, and this definitely resembles one. Um, so we'll see. But I do worry about that white queen. At some point, she will need to play b3 or a4 or something to open
Right.
her up.
Or maybe she'll come out along the first rank when the bishop develops. Because normally, I mean, for those who've played old chess, normally white doesn't love moving pawns on the queen side in the Sicilian. Like, especially if you move your b pawn, it weakens your c file. There are some modern lines with b3 bishop b2 that kind of, ignore that old standard positional wisdom. I was curious if Grishuk was going to bring his bishop through e7 or through g7, so we've got the end to that one now.
And okay, a trade of knights, but I've been told that there's drama already on another board, so maybe we zoom out quickly because Denis Lazovic is already losing.
And try and check out an opening disaster. It is fun to have a couple opening disasters now and then. Not for the players involved, but
yeah. So that board on the bottom right, Jimmy against Denis Lazovic. I must admit, Jimmy is a new player to me. Jubin Jimmy from India.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa. Okay, this looks terrible for black, I've got to say.
Yeah. I mean, in this case, it's not... He didn't hang a queen or anything like that. We had a game in the previous play-ins, David, where a grandmaster played queen a5, queen takes a2, trying to grab a pawn on move 8 or 9 in the game. And there was a knight on c1. It was like, not only should you maybe not be going and grabbing a rook pawn on move 8 with like 3 queen moves, right? But it was a knight on c1.
I mean, we've all been there at some point, but yeah, you don't expect that to happen to grandmasters.
Yeah.
These big
so, but this one is just kind of like a positional role, right? Like this d5 pawn's very strong, so the bishop on c8 suffers, and black's knights suffer, and there could be pressure on the e file. Just positional.
I mean, I do wonder whether we'll see a quick d6 and at least try to knock the opponent out before they get organized. But of course, there's no rush. Knight e5 looks appealing. Rook e1. Plenty of choice.
Yeah. Would you look at d6 here? Seriously, on this move here?
Yeah. I mean, this is where, because I'm quite an impractical player, I would probably spend 3 minutes looking at d6, realize it's nothing special, and then kind of get in time trouble very quickly and burn the advantage. But
gotcha.
Yeah.
So you've got a sense like there might be a knockout, so you're going after the dark squares.
Yeah, I mean, knight e5 followed by d6 also looks very tempting. I mean, if white can land a check on f6, if white can get a knight in, it looks almost terminal.
Yeah. I do love the knight on e5 because black has to worry about knight c6. But if they ever go bishop b7, then we'll go knight g4, right? And then get into f6 or h6 like you want. But for now, personally, I would play a simple rook e1 move. Maybe I've been playing too much blitz versus classical, but there's like a practical side to me that's just like put my rook on the open file and worry about things on another move.
Yeah, but I agree. Why calculate if you don't really need to? And tactics normally tend to work better, right, when all your pieces are ready. Knight c6 immediately also looks slightly tempting, though. Forcing rook to e8, which is a bit of a clumsy one, because rook d7, there is a trick. Knight takes e7 check. Just to point out.
Evil.
Followed by d6.
Oh, yeah, you definitely had your eyes on these dark squares.
Or maybe, actually, here rook takes e4 would be 3 pieces for the queen. So maybe knight f6 check first, and then d6. But
oh, wow. Okay.
But thanks to the eval bar, otherwise I would have blundered something there.
Yeah. So queen c7 played, knight c6 played.
Okay,
and you're saying it's got to be rook to e8 here. We're going to trust you.
Oof, yeah.
I'm going to trust you on that one. So your idea is against knight e7 check to take with the queen.
Yes.
Glorious.
Now,
Bishop f3. Lazovic doing a good job of keeping lots of time on the clock and some pressure on white, despite how bad his position is. He's sort of doing what he's got to do. to stay alive quickly and not dwell on it. And he'll play grovelly moves like knight b8 in 2 seconds and put some pressure on white, right, to feel like I gotta come up with something.
Yeah, but d6 is suddenly quite a big threat, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, as you're pointing out, the bishop indirectly defends that knight on c6 with the kind of help of a knight jump, a knight check, and any knight f6 blow is terminal.
Maybe king h8 is the strangest defense effort, walking onto that diagonal with the queen.
Grovelly is the right word for that one. King h8. Ugh.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, basically, folks, my reason for king h8 is that against d6, I want to play queen c6. Even here, it might lose to some move from the knight. I don't know.
Oh, wow.
Maybe white can still beat me with knight f6 even when it's not check.
That's
take my
beautiful.
Rook, take on e7.
The queen's actually trapped. The queen's trapped on c6. That's beautiful.
Oh, really? There's nothing left to talk about? That's abysmal.
That's just lovely, though. Picturesque.
So bishop f3 is very good. How does that move trap a queen?
Denis Lazovic. Wow. One of the most consistent players, I've got to say, in kind of online chess, but rapid chess, speed chess in general. Never see him lost this early. It looks like a normal position again, David, somehow.
Yeah. I was struggling to find a defense. I'm going to show you another one that doesn't work for me. Knight f5, d6. And I was going to take with my knight to not give you f6 for your knight, but you just have to keep your knight on the board, right? Take with the rook, and I'm all done. I'm forced onto the diagonal with this queen finally, and I mean, look how much I can lose in 3 moves.
Yeah, with very natural defensive moves as well.
Look, I called his defensive move, king h8.
h8. Maybe after
first move I looked at.
Yeah, good instincts. Were you not tempted to play?
Doesn't matter how bad it is.
Were you not tempted to play in the play-ins here?
No, because rapid even is too fast for me. Okay. If they had classical play-ins, then I would probably play instead of commentating. Mm-hmm. I would dream. But I know that there's kids a third my age who will torch me if I get involved in this speed. D6 found by Jimmy, right? I mean, you didn't know about Jimmy before today, but here's another player who would have torched me. D6. Yeah. Oof.
Here's Jimmy. Yeah, D6. Maybe the idea is to just take that pawn for Denis Lazovic, but it looks so bad already.
Yeah. So to recap, folks, queen c6, knight f6 traps black's queen on c6. Mm-hmm. So black takes the pawn.
Okay.
And knight comes in.
Rook e6 now? Yeah. Oh, wow. He's seen everything, Jimmy, here. Knight b5. I missed that one, but... Okay, where's the knockout blow? Is he just going to take a pawn on a7 and laugh his way to the bank?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's gone for very direct play with the knights, right? He no longer has the e-file pressure, which I would have sat on like an old man. And I guess the a-pawn's what Jimmy wants.
But that black knight on a6 is actually looking a bit of a target right now. Knight takes c8, followed by bishop b7 was a threat, so knight back to c7. Okay, Lazovic has survived. At least this is better than checkmate or losing a queen, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at moves like knight c8, rook d7, just doubling rooks and getting the 7th rank. And it's nowhere near a knockout.
Maybe now that Lazovic has survived, maybe we can zoom out temporarily, because it looks like Naroditsky is about to deliver checkmate.
Really?
Oh, wait. Yeah, I mean... It's a crazy position. I'd actually missed that the white queen wasn't on an open diagonal, but
maybe there's still a pawn on b2 there. All right. Well,
either way,
take you there.
Either way.
Hopefully, I've learned how to do this.
Yeah, lots of crazy looking games in this round, especially this one.
Bishop on h8, knight on e2. Black takes on h8, we would still need to play b3 to try and set up checkmate, and black's trying to set up some kind of a pawn c3 defense. Uh, the big question is if Danya can take this knight, or
Ooh.
knight's also
Very
trapped on e2 as well, as he over attacks it. That's a new Nimzovichian strategy, over attacking.
Yeah. Overprotecting is so 20th century.
Yeah. Now we're going to over attack.
He,
So black has like knight g3 to get some kind of a mess and something from the trapped knight. It doesn't even really lose material, just leaves you with very bad dark squares.
yeah, he is a rook down actually. Here, Naroditsky's opponent. So yeah,
Material has been won in advance.
yeah, it does look like a very strong opening. But yeah, just that optical illusion with the queens kind of confused me for a moment. I thought white was just coming in.
Yeah. I mean, if black does take this rook, basically the knights are the pieces covering the dark squares. And then white can just play b3 instead of recapturing. And slide on through.
Mate.
Slide on through.
Okay, Naroditsky looking good in this
Looking
game.
good. 6 minutes against 1.5. Okay, well now we know that he's up a full rook. Let's go look elsewhere. For our thrills, let's check on our top board. Alexandra versus Alexander. Black has played the big d5 pawn break. Also, interestingly, elected never to castle.
Yeah, white castle when that beautiful rook on h8 is about to open up. This, I mean, we mentioned it earlier. In terms of a Sicilian defense, it just looks like a dream Sicilian. That white queen, I think, is the biggest issue in this position.
Right.
Something we predicted a bit earlier.
Yeah, too bad. It seems like white was so busy playing normal moves. I've seen this a lot in freestyle chess. You know, queens getting left on a1 or h1. You don't when you think of your normal chess principles, developing the queen's not even on the list. People are so busy telling you don't bring her out. They never mention how you should eventually bring her out and where. Like, what's the right role for a queen? Yeah, and then sometimes you just forget about her.
Yeah, again, that was something that I learned during the first Grand Slam in Weissenhaus. Just the top players, they would actually prioritize developing the queen often, even before, maybe not before knights, but especially before bishops, or at least get an open diagonal or an open line for the queen, kind of get her poised to develop a bit later. Because yeah, if the queen never develops, you might just get attacked. Queen down in an open position like this is never fun. So okay, she's trying though to get her queen out at the cost of.
That tells me that even though they hadn't prepared their openings for the tournament, they had prepared for the tournament if they were aware of that priority on getting your queen organized. Because when I see new players to Fisher Random, none of them assume that immediately.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Very hard to kind of come to that conclusion without a lot of experience or without analyzing it deeply. I like what she's done actually this last couple of moves, despite the computer's disapproval.
Yeah, she fights back but opens her queen into the game. Grishuk has given the bishop pair in order to play straight forward on the light squares. I would have done that as well, but basically the idea was when the pawn traded on d5, Grishuk doesn't want to take back with a pawn and get the diagonal blocked. After bishop d4, his bishop b7 is unhappy about that. Nor does he want to play bishop takes d5 and have that bishop traded off. I mean, why open the long diagonal if you give up your light squared bishop? So after e takes d5, he gave the other bishop, messing the pawn structure, but mainly his purpose is just, get all the pressure he can against the king side. He can play queen b7 next. He can look for tactics with rook h2 or pawn h3 where you drive the king off of defending f3. And we get the pawn sack. He takes it. Now he's got enough of an advantage to potentially play the game very calmly, right? He broke up the bishop pair just to take a pawn, leave white's pawn structure not so good.
Yeah. And Costello, I mean, she's about to move her queen, like e5. I think she wants to play something like queen to c3, but black will just defend the knight on c4, and Looks like everything is covered. Extra pawn. Like you said, just switch to classical play now.
Yeah.
Should be enough for a big advantage. In the meantime...
Yeah. So I guess then the question for Grishuk is how to get the rook on h8 around, right? If we're going to maybe start trading on the d file, has to figure out what he wants to do with that rook on h8.
Yeah, I was just about to say, it looks like a bit of a turnaround in the Lazovic game, which we were at not long ago, where he was just a pawn down. This one, we're assuming Grishuk is in control. Here we see some ongoing games at the top, but on the bottom right of our screen there, Denis Lazovic. Wow, clinging on and turning things around. Poor Jimmy.
Amazing. Jimmy was pummeling him, but I guess an a-pawn is not enough. Not enough.
Maybe he sold his advantage too cheaply somehow. That a-pawn wasn't the most relevant. Maybe he had bigger fish he could have gone for. Now the white king feels a bit loose.
Yeah. It's looking at like a counter shot with knight f6 and rook e8, some kind of pattern. A counterattack because he knows his position's bad, right? Probably rook e4 is good here.
Yeah. Spidey senses tingling. Must be a tactic, right?
Yeah.
Knight h4 as well at the very minimum.
Knight h4 looks pretty decent too.
Oh, rook takes c4, your move. Oh. It's just queen to c2 actually. Yeah, rook takes c4, queen c2. Oh wait, no, queen c2, rook e2. He's going the other way, queen g3 first.
Queen g3 to g2.
Yeah, this is
a
matter of time now. There'll be 2 pawns up in a queen endgame.
Yep, queen f4 check, and that's enough. Wow.
He wins.
Well, Jimmy, it was heroic how you almost killed him in the opening.
Yeah.
But Lazovic made it through the Swiss last time around, and Lazovic will make it through the Swiss this time around as well. If you had to bet, David, I'd give him a somewhat better than 50% chance. He's really, really good.
Yep. Super strong. Denis Lazovic, very calm, very quick. And we still have some games ongoing here in round 3.
I'm going to take us to a heavyweight matchup and a sort of interesting positional endgame. Raunak Sadwani against Parham Magsudlu. White is down a pawn, but this king on f8 attacking black's pawn structure from behind with the possibility of maybe bishop f7 at some point is an interesting attempt from Raunak to create some passed pawns on the king side. There could also be pawn breakthroughs with f4 and g5 at some point. But he's thinking here.
He's thinking, maybe he's deciding whether to try and pin or not rook to c1.
Right, rook c1, and black might just run the b pawn.
Yeah.
While potentially allowing, I don't know, some version of bishop e8. But there's always rook. Yeah, bishop e8, rook e8, rook takes c6. Yeah.
Yeah. Starting to get very sharp. The players down 1.5 minutes each, almost.
Yeah.
Okay, he goes bishop f7. The problem now is, after b4, you cannot take on g7 because there was a pin with bishop to e8. So only now does he pin that black bishop.
Right. So now he plays here, potentially threatening king g7, but of course the b pawn's coming, and it's very, very hard to calculate. Right, king g7, b2, you move away, then bishop e8 is back on.
Yeah, I mean, even those positions, I think he's going for it, actually.
He's going for it, so he's going to sack that bishop, right, to get a couple pawns.
And big pawns as well. That white h pawn looks like it could potentially become a queen.
Yeah. Definitely. 1 minute each. Fascinating endgame.
Yeah. I wonder whether black should actually keep the tension, like king b4. something along those lines.
By the way, last move he had a weird option as well, which was he could have taken the pawn on d5, and then against b2 played rook c5 check bishop a2. So he had a whole different way to play that was less committal.
Wow.
Okay, black doesn't go for b2. King b4, he takes on f6 to keep the bishop defended. And now he's got bishop g6 back around to cover the queening square, but apparently that's a huge mistake.
Ooh. This is anyone's game. I mean, this is...
Why on earth was that a mistake? Was he supposed to play g5 for time, David? Just the tempo was so important. He has to play g5, hg, h6 faster.
Yeah, I mean, it's always one tempo, right, in these race-type situations. Now, bishop c2 is one idea.
Right, so he's about to sack the rook for the b pawn, play g5, and fight with 2 pawns against the rook on c7. Which, again, could win or lose or draw.
Especially with 45 seconds on the clock. It just feels like a lottery, like no time to calculate.
Wow.
Oh, rook b7 is slow. What's that doing?
I don't know. Did he not have check from the c file? He still had checks. Didn't matter. Oh, he wants to bring his king back. He's so afraid. And it goes back and forth. Oh, I mean, you can't move back. You can't start dancing. This is not, there's no time for dancing.
Oh.
The dancing was to use the D pawn. Okay, it wasn't just a dance.
It was a slow dance. That's what it was.
Yeah.
No fox.
But now he sees against rook check. There's bishop f7. He's going nowhere.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah.
d4 too slow. Black can just... Can white just promote, or is there some bishop c2 at the end? Oh wow, this is still complicated.
Oh yeah. Yeah, this game is going to be complicated until somebody's up a full queen. And there are no passed pawns left.
d3 doesn't work. White just takes it.
Yeah, against bishop c2, maybe you could even play rook h1. If you trade and take on b2, f5, d3 is not clear at all, right? He just brings the king, which is apparently wrong.
Now both sides are going to get queens, I think, after bishop takes b1.
Okay, so he's trying to queen the h-pawn faster, but black can take and push d3 here, right? Yeah. And goes for it.
It's going to be a queen endgame very quickly.
Oh my goodness. So I think he has to let that pawn go.
Yeah.
Right? Just push his h-pawn. And that should be equal.
Well, should be.
Yeah. Now, the b2 pawn is a little bit dangerous for white.
Apparently that's...
Gives a well-meaning check. But now against queen d7, queen d3 is the end. So you've got to go to the dark square. So you have queen a5.
No more checks.
Well, that doesn't do it. It's only a draw if the pawn's on f7.
Yeah.
And it's not.
Not. Ranak Sedwani. Now his king is forced in front of the pawn. He resigns.
That was thrilling. Oh man, that was thrilling.
I mean, I'm going to go back and analyze that game later because I still don't know where white was winning. But
yeah,
he definitely should have lost.
That's like an endgame study.
Yeah.
Niklas Huschenbeth.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't he involved in the?
He was.
Weissenhaus?
He was one of the commentators on the expert stream, on the professional stream.
So here he is trying his own hand at it.
Yeah, he did produce a course as well. I highly recommend Niklas Huschenbeth on Freestyle Chess on Chess 960 with some tips and tricks.
So cool. That must be pretty much the first one. I saw a mention of it, and I'll have to check it out myself actually, since I'm keen. This endgame would have been a draw even if either player didn't have one of their pawns, so it finishes in a draw. And this is the last game here for round 3.
Yeah, this one looks like a draw. The white rook will always be able to give itself up before the black pawn can give a check now. Oh, maybe we'll see.
And chooses not to take the a-pawn. What?
What? Rook takes a2. Okay. White could have pressed that for a little while, but...
I just wanted to...
Still a draw.
Just wanted to check around.
Why have the upper hand if it's still going to be a draw anyway, right? That's the...
Yeah,
The
just
motto.
flexing the fact that rooks at a great distance have a great deal of checking power.
That's
And
right.
round 3 concludes a shakeup of the tiebreak standings, but still quite a few players on 3 and 0. Which names grab your eye, David?
Yeah, 16 players in the joint lead on 3. Alexander Grishuk still up there. I think great performance there against Alexandra Kosteniuk. In terms of who catches my eye, I'm going to say the player in 16th, Srihari. That's the one of the leading group that I haven't heard of before, I must admit. So looks like cat amongst the pigeons there. Great performance so far.
Yeah, so we've got one player left with 3 consecutive upsets, right? It's incredibly hard to pull off 3 wins in a row against increasingly, top players in the world. There's a lot of people here who are 2,700 or 2,680 plus in classical, so the level on the top boards is insane. And maybe let's check out Srihari's game for this 4th round, huh, David? Let's see
Yeah.
what this Indian international master is made of, if they've got some freestyle secrets in their repertoire.
Yeah, so very quick start to this game, I must admit. Like, I mean, they've played some committal moves already, but it hasn't cost them much time at all. Looks like
Close Sicilian.
Oh, yeah. Again, this Sicilian though tends to seems just to favor the side with the more active queen, and in this case, it's black, at least for now.
I was surprised by bishop e2, which was kind of a meh move, not really do much. I was looking at 2 different ideas for white. One, rushing the h-pawn straight up the board instead of castling. Mm-hmm. And the second one, more of a Rui Lopez positional, like c3 kind of move, which I thought would go with bishop b3 and a5, maybe queen a2. Instead, the bishop on e2 doesn't make a very good impression on me. Like, it's just going to sit there.
Mm-hmm. Fully agree. It's quite unclear what the plans are next. I mean, c3 for white makes sense at some point anyway, so that begs the question, why not earlier? I guess black is just going to develop before maybe playing d5 a bit later, although hard to achieve with the white bishop sitting on e3.
Right, looks like black is starting to think about d5. Honestly, white could even think of the e5 transition and pawn structure, right? Where you sack the pawn on e5, black takes it, and then you pick up the pawn on c5 at the end.
Yeah.
But instead, he's just going to inch the queen into the middle of the board.
Yeah. I must say, Srihari, so far the impression I get is that the strategy is clearly just playing quick, kind of sensible moves, and maybe just keeping a bit of time in the bank for later. Recipe for success so far. And Shant Sargsyan, I should mention, the opponent here, Speed Demon. I've played him multiple times in classical and online. Very, very quick and tricky.
We see why he played rook c8. It was to set up the d5 pawn break that you were looking for him, and he set up a pretty simple tactic to support it. If white takes on c5, he takes on g3, and the bishop on c5 is hanging, and you can always calculate some in-between moves, but there's no way out of this for white. So d5 is played successfully. White trades it. Knight on d5, grabbing the bishop pair and the f4 square.
Yeah. Wow, these moves
Black's got a very pleasant Sicilian here.
Yeah, these moves have been coming in so quick. Some other games are like 4 or 5 moves in, and here we've had a whole bunch.
Yeah, they're playing it as if it were, a standard opening scheme / structure that they were comfortable with. White's very passive. I mean, not only does black have the bishop pair, but white's got the center pawn on d3 for the moment. The bishop on f1 is really not very good, and the dark squares are just all around weak. Black breaks for play on the c file. Interesting. Letting white trade their terrible bishop in order to accelerate the development of the queen and rooks.
Yeah, interesting decision. Not one I would have gone for. We mentioned the bishop pair bias earlier, but yeah, maybe speed more important here.
Same. I would have been putting the bishop on b7, ask white about f3 and g2. If white plays bishop e2, then I'm going to land my knight on f4 pretty soon and try and hold an unpleasant tension on those white pieces. But Shant just very quick and decisive, going for this file. Rook d4 from white. There's definitely some interesting points on the fourth rank from the b pawn, where you've got to calculate bishop f1, rook b4 before you just bash out bishop f1. You have to check it real quick. The f4 piece, it looks like it's defended by your pieces for now, but don't leave it hanging.
Wow, and instead it's a sacrifice by Sargsyan. He just drops back with his bishop. Again, begging the question why he didn't just keep the position closed and then put his bishop on the long diagonal, but this was his idea, and he's trying
what's
to
the
trap
point
the
of
rook.
pressure against a c pawn when you're already down a pawn? What?
I mean, one of life's great philosophical questions, right? Just hard one to answer. It's beyond my pay grade. Yeah, really confusing.
Yeah. Black's position at least looks nice, other than the fact that it's down a pawn.
Mm-hmm.
The knight can land on f4. There's definitely tactical pressure, but he could have just also had a good position.
Yeah. He could have had basically this, but level material. I think it's just the speed that's confusing me the most here. Like, we're already deep into the middle game, and they've only spent a couple of minutes each. There we see the starting position. It was, I would say, quite a normal starting position, leading to quite standard play very quickly.
I think he wants to play b4 and run this bishop out of squares on the dark squares. And by the way, I do smell the odor of an upset on the air here. I can see how it happens. Srihari, I had the feeling like he plays the opening passively, like puts the onus on the more famous, higher rated player. Like, look at me, I'm just a little noob. You've never heard of me. I'm playing simple little passive moves. Come and kill me. And then he's going to have incredible defensive skills, which he's going to need with this bishop pair, but I predict he has incredible defensive skills.
I think that's a good prediction. And again, for everyone at home, it's easy to say that as a strategy, but another thing is executing it. And I think the fact that Srihari's done that 3 times already adds to our confidence. But looking good so far. B4 looks to have been played.
So after a think, we get queen d7, b4, taking the bishop, and the knight comes back. Job done. The bishop is off this diagonal. He's got another one to use, so it's going to be tough to cover all the dark square diagonals for the next 20 moves of this middle game. Bishop f6, question mark, question mark. Every move getting question marked by our evil computer overlord.
Yeah, that's the one thing I think we can guarantee in freestyle chess, especially with the rapid format. We saw it even in the Grand Slam in Weissenhaus, even in classical. It's just hard to be objectively correct, hard to find the most accurate move every time in such a unfamiliar landscape. But okay, so Srihari doing
especially
everything right.
This duo here trying to play so quickly, right? Keeping up the pace.
Yeah. Should we check out our bird's eye view?
Sure. Let's go back to the bird's eye view, see if anybody has lost in 10 moves this round while these guys were playing a 30-move middle game.
A quick hyper bullet session there between Srihari and Sargsyan.
Well, Lazovic and Mamedov have played more moves than them. It looks like they're already in sort of a heavy piece endgame.
Wow.
And Magsudlu, once again, an exposed king. I don't know how you can be 3-0 if your king's in danger like that every game.
That's just how he rolls.
He's got the skills to come out on top when it gets crazy.
Yeah, he's got that exact skill set you mentioned just a moment ago, Magsudlu. Ever since he was a youngster, like breaking through against these higher rated players, he would just play super passive, super defensive. Openings were a bit dodgy, but he would just defend and frustrate his opponents. Okay, I'll let you choose though where we jump to next. Looks like we have a real mix of positions we could choose from.
Yeah. I'm kind of tempted to look at Magsudlu again, if that's not too much. I mean, we all have our biases, and I like kind of crazy positions as well, right? So, he's he's providing that. So this time, again, opposite side castles, kings. Not much progress for Parham against Oparin's king for the moment. And this time he's got a world-class opposition, Grigory Oparin, 2685, 2690-ish FIDE. Plays c4, opening the unopposed dark squared bishop and attacking 2 pieces with pawns. Looks like a crushing move that I would blitz out, and the computer objected, but on they go. Knight gets anchored on d4. Black wins in exchange, but how do you ever win a game normally when the bishop on h3 is trapped?
Yeah. I really like this decision, I've got to say, by Magsudlu positionally. But then again, if black ever gets a piece behind, like a rook or a queen, and if white ever allows a trade of rooks or queens, then
the bishop h3 could rejoin the world of the living.
Long way away, though.
Long way away. And, the points to attack are like e3 and d4, but white always has knight hf5. It feels like hard to see where you're trying to focus as black.
Especially in rapid chess. Like, this is a dream for rapid chess, what Magsudlu's done. He can create threats.
I completely don't understand the eval bar. I would want to be white here.
I think it's momentum, though. It started as like losing for white even after sacrificing the exchange. Now it's like creeping up incrementally every move. b4, wow, weakening, but preparing rook a5 and maybe b5 as well. Yeah, that black bishop.
I think he's feeling confident.
If you could pick up that black bishop and put it on e4 or c4 or anywhere, then black's just winning.
Oh yeah.
This is the beauty.
Right, rook a5 was right. And now we want to go like queen a2 and b5, I think.
I love queen a2. Multi-purpose move. Hits d5 as well, just in case.
Yeah. Okay. Rook c5. Defending the c-pawn in advance. Playing a slower game. Oparin with good time on his clock, which is impressive. Because regardless of whether you like white or black here, I think most people would play pretty slowly as black. Because they're trying to find, like, what's your target? What are we trying to get at?
Well,
I wonder if white should bring the knight through e7 now. It's a little tangled, the f5 knight. He tries it.
Nice spot. Knight c8 threatened. Knight takes d5 threatened.
Yeah.
Maybe this is...
And in some weird scenarios, maybe we can jump into c6 or something.
Yeah. Is this just winning back the material? Because, if so, I was going to say you've gained a lot in the process here with white. Knight takes d5, knight c8. I'm not sure which one, but maybe there's more. Maybe there's better even.
Yeah. Okay, so knight d5, it's tempting to get a pawn, but if something goes wrong, the black queen would have a route to g2. I almost feel really safe just playing knight c8,
I was about to say the same, but of course he goes the other way. That's how it works with commentary. But okay, capture. Yeah. Black bishop's still stuck though. I don't really understand where it's going. Pawn takes. Yeah. King takes would have allowed the bishop out to f1.
Rook h6. Implying a bishop sack at some point.
E4. It's a nice move. Now the white king can always step forward to e3 if need be.
Yeah. I'm slightly surprised he's never gone for b5. Perhaps around now, b5 could be answered by a5, and he doesn't want to give him that passed pawn. I'd also thought of rook to d8 for white, taking the 8th rank, because there was always this knight c6 check, so I wanted to maybe grab the 8th rank while I could. But he's playing it pretty safely, right? Just play like there's that bishop on h3 and we can win.
Yeah, this is
a safer way.
This is a model game, I've got to say, just in terms of control and Fischer Random. It's always about the opponent having one bad piece. Here it's just the bishop on h3, which was strong earlier, but didn't really get back into the game. And it doesn't have to be a queen on a1 always. It can be a trapped piece like this.
you try and play technically with rook d8 here, or do you bring your knight towards the king? Because that king looks ripe for some kind of disaster if the knight could get anywhere.
Yeah. I mean, I think I would have played rook d8 because I'm getting old and I prefer not to calculate. But he's setting up some cool like queen a4, rook a5 tactics here. And the black queen, like queen d7, queen a4 check would be beautiful.
But... oh yeah, we're gonna put that on the board, folks. Oops, I'm in a hurry to put it on the board. I'm taking on a4 before the queen even gets there. Woo! Yeah, like that. All right, what's happened? Black has found a check. Black went to the a file.
Ooh. One check.
King e3. Jeez, dangerous. White is threatening mate in 1 on c7.
Not easy to dodge.
Queen d2 was really safe there, but he just says, yeah, king e3, and that's the end. Wow.
Black resigns Gregory Oparin. That was a beautiful game. Maybe one of the games of the tournament so far.
Yeah, I mean, you click on Barham and you're likely to get some entertainment.
Okay, so we see some of the remaining games on the top boards. It looks like Srihari, that upsets even on the cards. Big
Still
advantage.
Possible. Do you want to check back in on that? I mean, we got to give the less famous players some props.
Yeah. Okay. Will the hot streak continue? Knight e4, the black queen.
So we can see that Shant was able to break the white king position, right? f2, f3, h2. We're concerned. Back rank mate, g2 is undefended. Can't cover the h2 square. Yet, he's finding the defensive skills to push back the opponent's pieces, starting to tie black's rook and queen to their own back rank, which is going to be not conducive to delivering checkmate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know how that black queen's ever getting back in. Maybe if she gets a moment, like queen takes a7, for example, she'll jump back out to b4 and try to get in and behind.
Right. So should white play c5 or b6 and then a7?
Ooh.
Maybe c5, just trying to lock the queen and rook out a little bit more?
Yeah. I was going to say I like both of those, but queen takes a7. I was going to say it allows either queen b4 or rook takes c4. This is
right.
brave.
What bravery.
Wow. Just chilling.
Retreat. Rook d1, just covering the first rank. Okay, e2 and f3 hanging. The queen retreats while getting out of the way of the a pawn. All right. Shant needs to land a tactic pretty soon here because those queenside pawns coming in.
Yeah, a plus b. Looks like
equals
it's
C.
I was trying to come up with a pun there, but couldn't think of one. Yeah, a plus b equals a win if they start pushing more. Simple as that. Okay, dancing with the knight. But okay, f5. That smells of desperation somehow. Ooh, but it's in.
Well, it makes space for the queen to get to like g6 or something, right? If there's an opportunity.
Induced a mistake. Queen c5 now, maybe? Cover those pawns.
Oh, the old blockade.
Yeah, the old blockade.
The old blockade. I mean, that makes f5 look like a good move, right? If the idea is to actually stop those pawns from queening. White's got to get back to work.
Now it's turning again. Srihari. Knight g3 was played very quickly. I was wondering even whether a7 was a possibility there, but... Wow, okay.
Wow. Not shy to weaken his own king further.
And not worried at all about knight moves. Threatening queen takes f2. I guess there are no good knight moves.
I imagine he's worried but calculated it.
You know? Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the knight could go to b5, let's say. Right? If you had to pick a random square to go to.
Bishop E2.
And then there's the threat of queen f2, queen h2, checkmate.
Yeah, maybe just bishop e2 and threatening f takes e5, queen takes b5. So calm.
Yeah.
Wow.
What calculation? No, that is terrifying. Bishop f6 played after some thought by Shant. Knight h5 going after it. Comes after f2.
Oh dear.
What is white doing now?
Careful.
Queen d4, bishop f2 is not it.
He goes back, I believe, with his knight.
Yeah, he does. You got it. So maybe he's threatening queen d4 now, and it's just going to be a repetition with bishop f6.
Yeah. Who would you want? Which side would you pick essentially here? If you thought one side was going to play on, who would you pick?
I would want to be white, but I mean, I would be terrified from either side. As white, I'm terrified I'm going to blunder into something. As black, I'm terrified I won't find the something that I need, and I'll just be down those A and B pawns.
At least B is gone, opening up the black queen to hit f2 again.
Yeah.
Oh, queen e3 is very clever, very crafty. Forcing the queens off, it looks like.
Pretty much the knight on b5. If black wanted to avoid a queen trade, they would have to keep the knight defended. And then they would be giving white time to trade the knight for the bishop and push a7. Not to mention queen e6 check might be winning in some scenarios. So probably a queen trade is forced. And then it's down to black trying to blockade that a7 square. Very hard to do.
Ooh. Sargsyan maybe living to regret avoiding that repetition.
Finds a surprising move to defend e6, and if white trades and pushes, there's rook a5. I would be tempted as white to try and maximize here with the move like a7 or rook d7. Possibly rook a1, but that lets the bishop come back through f6 to d4.
This is true. Although, maybe a queen exchange, rook a1, rook a4, stop the bishop coming back around, and it looks pretty good, pretty risk-free for white. d7. Oh, this is
d7
nice.
instead. So thinking about knight h5, playing on all fronts.
Also just threatening rook, a7 and rook takes c7.
Yep.
Wow.
Right, so we're stopping rook a5 for the moment. So the knight would need to reposition. I mean, generally you'd think you'd go to a8 with the knight. I mean, you're saying no.
I mean,
if I go in the other direction, I think white's gonna queen.
Yeah, it wasn't on my radar. Knight d5 or
knight here. We go a7, rook a5, bishop g2, and basically we're just queening, and we have knight f1.
So. Clinical. Knight d5.
Okay, he's played some move. Let's see what he did after rook d7. Knight a8.
Oh. You're the knight whisperer.
Yeah. Well, this knight is definitely shouting out in its nightmares here, right? Because rook pawns, queening, that is like basically any horror film made by knights for knights involves past rook pawns.
This is true. They can only stop the pawns from one side, right? So much harder to do that. Okay, a7. What's wrong with bishop g2 though in the game position? It looks like that knight is just dropping off anyway.
It's possible.
Ooh,
a7. And given a question mark for rook a5, I wonder if black should have played rook c1 to slow that bishop from getting to g2. But folks, most likely we're about to see a huge, 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 huge upset here. 4 in a row for El Srihari if he can finish this one. Looks like Shant wants to sack the knight for the A pawn and try to defend opposite colored bishops down a piece on one side of the board.
Still some work to be done here, but I was just checking out Srihari. 19 years old, apparently. Very young, talented player.
Okay, gets the bishop instead. Goes from 5 seconds back up to 9. Young players are usually quick, but, 5 seconds on your clock, you could definitely mess up an endgame.
Yeah, I mean, if f4 drops for nothing, then... Okay, game on. Oh, knight takes f5, though. Beautiful deflection.
White's got no good pawns to win this game with.
Yeah.
Rook pawn is the wrong color for the bishop. So really minimal resources White's working with here. 4 seconds. 1 f pawn. This guy's supposed to be the hero right here.
There we go.
Oh gosh. I have no confidence in the white win.
I'm
I
confident.
definitely could not win this in this time situation myself. Oh, the F pawn goes.
There's still the bishop and knight. Like, as long as the knights are on the board, should still be winning, I'm gonna
I'm
say.
gonna try and give a bishop and knight mate. You're gonna have to win black's knight somewhere along the way.
We want to see it. We want to see bishop and knight versus king. Is it winning? Yeah, I was gonna say bishop e2 almost forces the exchange. Is that winning? E4 looks like it's hanging now. Ooh. Careful. Okay, going back. Rook
Okay, the
A4.
G pawn is in trouble. Now the bishop at least can't take. I was expecting rook d1, but then I guess rook a2, and he doesn't want to give the H pawn.
F2 getting out of the way. So Sargisian's defended this really, really well.
Yeah, white's struggling to get away from this knight. I guess king e3 and maybe now rook to d3 is possible. No, he just comes back. Rook d3, rook a2 again, maybe. Just going back and forth with him. Nerve-wracking 6 seconds for the young IM. And this position has been repeated already. Gotta be careful.
Yeah, I gotta be careful. Okay, he tries to choose a square.
Oh, there's nothing over there on the king side. Shot himself down to 6 seconds. And avoids a repetition. He's hoping to flag his inexperienced opponent down a piece? David, or what am I missing?
Yeah, this is confusing stuff. I think he's just confident that he's going to hold at this point. Maybe rightfully so. It does feel like Srihari losing
incredible confidence. It is one thing to think I've got a good chance of holding this. It's another to be so sure that you avoid repetitions.
Oh, G3 now. Okay, there we go. Should now be a draw.
There's the last pawn. Well, we did not get the upset we talked about, folks, but we got a thrilling game.
Yeah. I was going to say, even without black's pawn, this is a textbook draw. The idea is simply to pin the white knight, keep the white king honest, and there's no way to box in the black king. This is the last, or one of the last games left in the round.
Yeah.
Big one.
Yeah. Incredible defense by Shant. You got to be happy with that when you avoid an upset like this. Even if you don't get the full point, this was a very dangerous game for him.
A dangerous game, and it might continue for a while, but I'm not sure how much longer he'll want to press Srihari here. He must know that a golden opportunity disappeared. He did everything right. Chess is so heartbreaking like that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Shant did a good thing, right? He said, hey, I'm going to lose a piece to that A pawn. Let me lose a piece to that A pawn, and then just slowly work on the kingside pawns, reduce their number. King d4 would be a blunder here to rook h4.
Oof.
Not in the cards.
Even if you blunder your rook, luckily with white, it still should be a draw.
Still hold it. Yeah. So it'd be a lot to recover from, though.
Yeah, that's true. Knight to e5, block.
In general, folks, the rook and knight versus rook ending. Maybe two simple defensive principles for handling it on your own. One is keep your rook far away from the knight and king. So maximum checking distance, that's standard for how you want to use your rooks in the endgame, but especially you want to stay away from knight forks as well. And the second thing is your king should run in the opposite direction of your opponent's king. So if their king is coming to like the third or second rank, you run up towards the fifth and sixth rank. If they follow you up to the fifth and sixth rank, then you run back down towards the third and second rank. You don't want like a king versus king stare down, because that's when you can get pushed to the side of the board. And there are mating patterns do exist. So best not to get familiar with them by accident.
Some strong players have lost this. I believe Polgar lost once.
Yeah.
Peter Svidler, the others, but
myself as well.
Yeah, I've lost it in Blitz.
Not a strong player, but it can happen. It was in the days before increment. I just ran out of time.
But yeah, look at how he's moving the king away from Srihari's king.
Right. White's king goes up, black's king goes down. Rook stays far away.
Yeah, textbook stuff, and we'll soon reach the 50 move rule. And this is, I believe, the last game going still in this round.
Nice.
And then we will be recapping the standings after 4 of the 9 rounds. Nearly at halfway. It's flown by, I've got to say, David. Feels like we're just picking up momentum suddenly.
I've got a tiny question for you, David. Imagine you're playing in this tournament and you're watching these guys play this rook and knight versus rook for 50 moves. Are you A, happy that you get a little bit of a break, B, mad at them for making the tournament go longer and you have to like stay alive and awake and focused?
I mean, that happens every time I play Title Tuesday. It's like rook versus rook,
Right.
and they play for 50 moves. And
Yeah.
I think 5 years ago I would have been triggered. I would have been like, come on, guys, you're wasting everyone's time here. But now I just try and sit back and smile and enjoy the fact that everyone loves chess.
Okay.
How about
Getting
yourself?
older in the more peaceful kind of way.
More mellow, what can I say?
Yeah. That's fine.
How would-
Natural and fine.
How would you approach it? Would you just be enjoying the show? Would you be watching this, or would you be out kind of?
I'm old enough now that I would be, drinking some water, eating some nuts. I've got my supply of nuts right here, even though I'm not playing.
Nice.
So I'd just be recharging. I'd be thankful. But in the old day, I would have been like, "Come on, what are you doing? Get it over with. You're making me waste my time."
And there we go. They are over with it. And it is a draw finally between Srihari, the surprise package of the tournament so far, and Shant Sargsyan, leaving us with just 5 leaders. It is Vietnamese Grandmaster Nguyen at the top there, Pranesh Magzudlu, your star of the tournament, Amin Tabatabai, and Sergei Azarov.
Yeah. And Tabatabai is a pretty big name who was not in the first play-ins for Bison House. So I'll be excited to catch a game of his later on today and see, what kind of style or ideas does he bring to Fischer Random and Freestyle Chess. I think we'll take a quick break for 5 minutes. This is the player's chance to eat those peanuts and drink that water. And any other thoughts, David, before we let them take their break?
No, I'm just warming up. I feel that some of the players are doing so as well. We have 5 leaders after 4 rounds, 5 rounds still to go. So I agree. It's time for all of us to take a break. Players, us, and you at home. And we'll be back now in just a few minutes. So don't go anywhere. Join us again very shortly.
Brace yourself for a chess brawl. Nepo and Firouzja dive into a wild Sicilian Najdorf at the Champion Chess 2 finals, where every move hits like a knockout punch and the tension is off the charts. Who will survive this rollercoaster ride? I am Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca. Let's find out together. Nepo goes for a positional approach. The idea is to pile up on the backward d6 pawn with rook to d1. a3 is a must, otherwise that knight on b4 will start tickling white in all the wrong places. Knight d7 is logical, but d6 suffers after knight d5. Black wants to get rid of its miserable bishop, but now the fragile d6 brother falls after knight c7. What on earth is Firouzja doing? That knight on c5 is spicier than a plate of curry. But hold on, d2 is hanging too. After queen to g5, knight f3 is a looming threat, which is why king h1 is a subtle move. But Firouzja is a fearless warrior. He throws h5 on the board, and after rook f1, queen f4 is a perfect bit of prophylaxis. After this slow move, black is already knocking on the king's door like an uninvited guest at a party. c3 is a blunder because allows h3, and now after queen d2 with a double threat, black gets material back. The winning move here was queen to e3, threatening mate on e1, and after a queen trade, black wins after rook c8, thanks to the mate on c1. But wait, Firouzja played queen takes d4 instead, and suddenly white is back in business. We enter a roughly equal endgame, but white has a better structure and control of the d-file. Rook d6 starts making black sweat. Firouzja plays rook to b8, thinking that knight takes a4 wasn't possible due to bishop d7. But after rook b6, white grabs a juicy extra pawn, and Firouzja is left shaking his head. Nepo doesn't even blink, he just marches his pass a pawn down the board like a boss and seals the deal. What a ridiculous action-packed game!
Wear your love of chess on your sleeve with all new apparel and accessories from the Chess.com merch store. Maybe you simply want a clock that will never run out, or a mouse pad that will finally unlock your speed chess potential. Whether you play chess to get energized with your morning coffee, or play into the wee hours of the night and witness the occasional alien abduction, we've got something for every king, queen, and knight in shining armor. Even gift cards for your loved ones who've caught the chess bug. So check out the Chess.com shop for apparel, accessories, and more. Grab your favorites before they're gone.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the play-ins for the Paris Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. It's David Squared today, it's Howell and Bruce for you here. I'm David Howell and I'm joined by David Bruce, and we've had 4 rounds of of games so far. Round 5 has just started though, so let's jump in. David, we've got some big games here.
Yeah, we've got an Iranian matchup here on the top board. Parham Maghsoodloo against Amin Tabatabai. And that's a pretty big matchup. I think there's a good chance we're going to be watching some of this. But we're seeing Parham taking a really long think here on move 2. So is there some kind of early danger in this starting position?
Yeah, great question. We see the bird's eye view. It looks like some symmetrical positions, some far less so. Okay, I think he was just deciding which way to go. I don't see any immediate danger. Some of the other boards, the green board on the top right, Serrana against Christopher Yu, knights jumping around. Very unclear what they're actually threatening, but
very aggressive starts when you play that second move with the knight instead of bringing out a new piece. Yeah.
Yeah, especially when there are bishops in the corner that are yet to be fully unleashed. Yeah, I mean, it's your choice where to start. I'm happy to go anywhere, but it does look like Tabatabai and Magzudlu are taking some very long thinks in the early stages.
Yeah. Yeah. And very weird position and moves coming in, like f6. Okay, we want to play e5 or g5, but the bishop on h8 cries. White plays a standard h3 kind of London move to put the bishop on h2, but still the bishop on h1 is also forgotten for now. So let's see, g5. That still doesn't make e5 possible, but okay, he develops the bishop to a nice square, beautiful square with a strange question mark overlaid.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad move necessarily, but I would probably have played h5 just to make it less appealing for white to push the g-pawn.
Okay, start to take away all the space from the guy on h1 already.
And I mean, talking of controlling pieces, yeah, I was going to say b6 would be my immediate choice just to stop the knight from b3 jumping. Knight c5 might have been a bit scary to deal with. And,
right, with the idea of bishop takes c7 and knight e6, immediately awkward. I just wonder how long is he going to keep this pawn on f6, because the kingside pieces, or sorry, not the king side, the right side pieces, the non-royal side pieces were suffering.
Exactly, and wow, there we go. The white king jumps the whole way across the board. Now can we call it the king side? Huddled up there with its pieces. King of g1.
It's also the bishop side. He's kind of committed to weakening his king position at some point pretty badly, because if you play g3, that doesn't even solve your bishop problem, does it? You got to go whole hog or whole grob here with g4 at some point.
Yeah, maybe it's time to take on d6 just to make sure one of your bishop doesn't get blocked in, and then push g3 and say, okay, at least
throw one out and play g3.
Yeah.
The other thing I would say is white really needs to play c4 somewhere or another, and bishop d6 might help with that. But basically, if the king side is going to be either a disaster or like a defensive duty for white, you want something else somewhere else. And look, we got both our ideas.
I mean, best of both worlds, right? We should be very proud, clearly. But I mean, the f6 move and the b6 move, for those of you at home wondering, you know, why push so many pawns to that kind of 6th rank, I mean, it really reminds me of something Hikaru has said in the past. Putting knights on the 3rd rank is never a good idea if they can be controlled by pawns. So the pawn on f6, while ugly, does control the white knight on f3, and likewise the pawn on b6 controlling everything. So I do understand why Magzudlu's been kind of playing this strategy, and it looked very effective for a while, but maybe knight d6 wasn't so necessary. Suddenly I'm quite liking what white's doing here, David.
Yeah, I mean, if both of us are excited about offloading the bishop pair, then you know that was that the bishops were struggling a bit in this position, and black's problem largely is that they're still stuck with the one on h8, right?
Exactly. I'm not sure whether that counts fully as a bishop yet, but yeah, slightly tender on the light squares, I would say, for now, Magzudlu. That being said, maybe that bishop pair will come to life in the endgame, like 50 moves down the road, and start picking off pawns, start controlling the game.
Sure.
Looks very balanced.
You can always do that.
Very balanced.
What direction would you steer the game as white here? Because like I'm feeling kind of nice about black's bishop on h8, but then I also have to do something with my pieces.
Yeah, I mean, again, being a kind of calculation phobe, I would probably have taken on d5 and played rook c3, double rooks on the c file, and just hope to eke out a small advantage in a block position. But
just what I was thinking.
Oh wow, is that a good sign? Is that a good thing?
I mean, it mainly says we're both old, I think, but maybe we had a good chess move. I don't know.
Exactly. I mean, the thing about these two Iranian stars here, I mean, firstly, they're both younger than us and more ambitious maybe, but they do both like quite dynamic play. Tabatabai, I mean, he's had a real kind of breakthrough 12, 18 months, and Magzudlu, yeah, he really likes kind of really tense positions, imbalances. So I don't think either side too happy at the moment.
Right. Yeah, their idea of a fun time is not sharing an exchange Slav together. It's not their cup of tea.
No. But the position...
They probably don't drink tea. They probably drink blood, right?
Exactly.
The way they play.
Just as all the best players do. But, okay, this position looks very, well, relatively normal now, I should say. So maybe we zoom out to the bird's eye view, because it does look like there's more dramatic positions elsewhere on our top boards.
Before we get into a long discussion of whether bishop g2 is a really pleasant, mild improvement.
The answer is yes.
The corner bishop. The answer, yes, of course. We both know how we feel about that. All right. We got an endgame between Azarov and Pranesh on the purple board, with white trying to show what a space advantage can mean in the endgame. That could be interesting to any endgame fanatics out there. As far as messed up king positions, another thing I tend to scan for. I don't see any really ruined king position. Grishuk is playing a little bit risky with his king at the moment, moving a lot of pawns in front of it.
Yeah, that's the board on the...
And that's in the bottom right-hand corner against Srihari.
Ooh. Okay, maybe a quick visit there, just to see what's going on before we jump to our leaders, Azarov, Pranesh, maybe.
Sure. One move ago, Srihari had this chance to land a knight a2 check, right? And deprive white of castling. But the knight might have been trapped on a2 had black gone for it. So it's very complicated, right? That Grishuk's exposing his own king, but also there's this risk that black loses too much space on the queen side and nobody can get to the king.
Yeah.
So anyway, he went for the trade, which means the king could still eventually super long castle over to g1 square and get out of this.
The bishop side.
Yeah.
Very odd position.
We also have to wonder about bishop takes a7. I mean, they're saying that rook a8, rook a5 is good for now. White finally develops the knight, earns a question mark for it. Bizarre.
I mean, that was the most natural move in the position.
Yeah.
By a mile. Knight to g5 now, hunting the bishop pair. Provoking black forward. That bishop.
And Srihari grabs his space, his pound of space, and then freezes the center with the weird bishop outpost.
Yeah. I'm not sure whether to like this or not. Normally I do like my space, but the pawn on e3 doesn't really kind of cage any of the white pieces. All of white's pieces are pretty active here, and I'm assuming he's going to
castle. All just move around it.
Yeah, he's just going to castle move around it. Yeah, Grishuk. He's got the pawn breaks. He's got b4 coming. He can take on f7 when he wants.
Yeah. Also, possibly the idea of trading on d4 and trying to win that pawn.
True.
There's the pawn break. He does it with the king out there too.
Why not? He's a braver man than me, Alexander Grishuk.
Yeah.
And he's got time on his clock. That's, I think, a real bonus. 5 minutes for Grishuk in a position like this is oceans of time.
Yeah. We've got a question where Danya is. Danya's playing this time around. Yeah. Danya's playing.
Yeah, and we will check in on him. I did see actually on the standings just on the left of our screens there that he finished his 5th round very quickly. Danya. He won in what can only be described as miniature fashion. Naroditsky. So jumping up to 3.5 points out of 5, I believe. Slightly behind the leaders.
Now, if Grishuk never castles, will you be surprised if he opens up the queen side and leaves his king on c1 the whole time?
Yeah, I'm not surprised by much interest these days, but that would surprise me, I think. There we go.
There we go.
Yeah, of course he castles.
There we go.
Castles long. I like that. They're super long castles.
Yeah. I like exciting stuff and, surprises, but sometimes you get hit with too many surprises in a row and you're like, what is normal anymore? And you want something that tells you that you still have an idea what's going on.
Yeah. And maybe as promised, we should check out some of our leaders especially some of the surprise leaders. Let's go to the bird's eye view, because the purple board at the top of our screens there and the red board, both of them looking very strong for white. The eval bar, both level material, so a bit surprising, David.
Do you want the middle game or the end game, David? Ooh. Tell us what you like.
Normally I like my end games, but let's go to the middle game, because I'm confused how it can be this strong for white this early in the game.
Lazovic has an incredible 3.5 points out of 4, given some of the positions we've seen him with so far today. And I guess his problem here is that after queen b4, he can no longer legally castle far away. And white is going to play c4 and then double rooks on the c file.
Oh, queen b4. That is a great move, I must say. I mean, just basically reminding black of the rules of Fish at Random Chess, queen b4.
Yeah. I mean, we can't contest the diagonal with queen e7 because the king's not on e8. If we played rook e8 and queen e7, white could just back off, because once the rooks move, there's no castling. So white will say, sure, you got the diagonal. So let's see what defensive resource he comes up with here. It's going to be something like a5, c5, some madness, and then surprise castle as your pieces are hanging. The king just starts marching.
Oh, no more castles, no more surprise castles. c4 at some point is so tempting now.
With c4, if black plays queen e7, you can already win the c7 point at least. So I would be in a huge hurry to play c4. But c4 pawn takes, my knight's hanging on f3, so I have to calculate something there.
Ooh, the dreaded calculation.
Sorry.
No. I mean,
don't mean to terrify you with that word. Nguyen plays the principled move that sort of needs to be played. And I think after pawn takes c4, he has both knight e5 and knight d2 as interesting moves. He goes for knight e5. The rook on f8 could be a bit loose, although black can recapture on d7 with the king defending the piece. So I think you can play bishop g2 without losing your rook yet.
But king takes g2 might be a issue.
Yeah, maybe your problem is that then you can't stop knight c6 on the next move, since you can't move the knight off d7. So he introduces the idea of a queen trade.
Likely answer is no, since trading queens...
Yeah, I'm thinking...
Yeah, helps black.
Not a chance is what I'm thinking. But so then what's the move for white?
Queen takes c4 would be the kind of minimalistic approach. Is there anything else? Maybe it's just a good approach.
The first thing I always look at is bishop takes b7, queen takes b4, knight c6.
Ooh, nice.
It was unfortunately not checkmate nor any follow-ups, so we get queen c4.
Yeah.
And now the game revolves around giving checkmate on the c file.
Visually, it just looks so nice for white, but yeah, long-term, slightly worse pawn structure actually with the double d pawns. If the queens come off, black is more than fine. So there is some urgency.
Could black play a move like queen c5 and sack a whole pawn just to say, I won't be quite dead in this endgame? Is that a resource?
Yeah. Or at least maybe not immediately, but somewhere further down the line. Rook to d8, I'm expecting. There we go.
So what's the idea of rook d1? I mean, white doesn't want to trade rooks. That's the opposite of what white wants.
Something with queen c6. Yeah, there we go. Maybe with a5, a6 to follow if black is stuck. The b8 rook somehow needs to get
So if the b8 rook can never come out, then it's not bad for white to trade one rook and be left with this file. Yeah.
And I've got to say, the player with the white pieces, I mean, he's the same exact generation as me, 1990, and back in the day, he was the most talented player, won the World Under-10 Championship, ahead of the likes of Carlsen, Nepomniachtchi, Vachilegraf. He's super talented. Like, he's got a great feel for where the pieces belong.
Yeah. What was wrong with queen c5 this past move? I have to ask. I have to know.
Maybe just rook takes d8 and rook d1.
Because at first I assumed, rook d8 and rook d1 that there'd be some kind of a mate, but then I, calculated as far as king c8 and didn't actually see it.
Maybe.
Rook d7 with, and you let them trade on c6.
Domination.
e5, rook f7.
Domination.
Oh, goodness. So you can trade every piece except the rook on b8 and still maybe win.
That's not a good news. That's not a good sign for Denis Lazovic.
No.
Queen c6 now is
So
a threat
that's
with
why
that in mind.
That's why he tried traded the queens from e8, so he kept the d7 square under control. But Nguyen just drops back to f3, says you still can't reorganize the king and rook. And let's keep you defending f7 as well.
This is, again, a great demonstration of how Fischer random chess, if you don't get one piece in the game, you might just be busted. That rook on b8 never got active.
Yeah.
Everything else is fine for black, but yeah, one trapped piece. No more castling.
I might play h5 here just because I can't do anything. First, I looked at c5, like a pawn sack to make some space. But once white gets a pawn on c6, they'll be able to outpost a rook on d7, so I won't actually get any new space for my king like this.
Oof, this is hard times to even find a move for Denis Lazovic. I agree, h5. Ooh, a6.
Okay.
Brave.
I looked at this move too, and I thought it was losing to pawn takes a6.
Even queen c6 is tempting, slightly.
You're too tempted by the trades.
You've put it in my mind. You planted this seed.
Yeah.
No, probably no need for that.
I mean, I suppose you're not wrong. Like queen c6, if black trades and plays b5, then you play a5 to stop rook b6, right? I don't know if we should ruin our viewers with such simplified forms of chess. But we stop rook b6 to try and slowly bring this.
b4.
b4.
Rook d7, rook b5.
All right, and you get out.
Yeah, and king somewhere.
Yeah. All right, fair enough. So maybe queen c6 a little too much. I think the main line is you take on a6, black takes on a4, and then you play queen takes f7.
And
And
two moves have happened there.
They can't take the rook because of checkmate. Oh, he did do something? Okay, he took.
Wait, queen f7, you can take the rook, maybe?
Oh, I thought, queen back to d8, huh? So he plays rook d4 first. Okay, and now we've got a fight. There are ways that black can move now. Black tries to bring the queen to c6.
Yep.
Long diagonal is very valuable here. I'm sure queen f3 was tempting, but white figured, they need their queen to capture those pawns on e6 and g6 and h6.
But now the b pawn is counterplay later.
Yeah.
Gets in the game at least.
Oh,
White
yeah.
not safe.
I can see how Lazovic sometimes escapes. I can feel it.
I mean, sometimes. I mean, he's escaping
Every
left, right,
time
and
so
center.
far today. Wow.
Okay, it's far from easy now. Ooh.
Yeah.
I was going to say rook g8, get the black queen across somehow, but...
e4. Yes. I was a moment too late to call it, but I just figured it out.
Who would you rather be? Still white?
Still white, but it's gone from, just licking your chops to nerve-wracking chess.
In. Oof, this definitely has turnaround potential.
Yeah.
Okay. Also, we should mention the player with the white pieces here. Vietnamese Grandmaster Nguyen playing with seconds left.
Yeah.
Under 5 seconds.
Queen back to d3.
Yeah,
Rook back to a2. Yep. Just fine.
Yeah. Even later,
seconds.
queen c5. Queen exchanges. Who do they favor?
Well, if queen c5, I think he's going to play rook b5, queen b3.
b5. Nice.
Oh, they both blundered it, I think, David.
Oh, yeah, me too. Nice spot there. Maybe we just briefly show that for the audience. That was a missed opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, this was all the risk. Game decisive was queen c5, rook b5. Computer gives it a dramatic double question mark, but with one pawn gone, black has no hope in this queen ending. You know, c7's too slow to be counterplay. Okay, back to the game. Queen b3, rook here. Takes e6. Well, that's a notable drop. Queen d6, nice move, beautiful move. Can he play queen g1? And I guess the white king's just going to head for the hills, g4 and f5 and so forth.
Yeah.
Oh no, there's queen d4 check. Risky.
Yeah. Ooh.
What's that d pawn doing? Oops. It's a good thing he's got 3 more.
Pawns are running, like, without the eval bar, I would say this is still anyone's game.
Yeah, you'd have no idea without the eval bar. Rook e1 looks pretty killer, though.
That is nice.
And now the f pawn.
Yeah, too quick. Lazovic, you see it on the camera, he looks a bit resigned here. He's going to press that resign button. The pawns were too strong in the end.
Yeah.
Ooh, tough game for Lazovic. Fought back, but not enough. Let's check out maybe board 2, which is in its dying phases.
All right.
If I'm not mistaken. This bird's eye view might be from a while back. Oh, wow.
Right.
Oh, suddenly refreshing. All the boards are finishing. Let's go to the Iranian clash.
Yeah. Theirs is actually still sharp. Both kings out there, opposite colored bishops. Somebody about to get mated, and it is Parham.
There we go.
Toppled from the perfect score by his fellow Iranian.
Wow. No friendly draw there between the two compatriots, the two friends. I was about to say he missed mate in 1 with queen h5, but he found it the second move. He found it the second time.
Oh, was it available last move already?
It was already available.
That's hilarious. Oh, that's so funny. You would think he was threatening mate. Well, I guess black plugged the g7 square, so he wasn't quite expecting it. Yeah. And then he got it. That's funny. Or he saw it and he was having fun, you know, extending the combination.
Exactly.
All right.
Ooh.
We've got a couple pawns beating a rook. Beautiful.
One is over. These are two players I play all the time on Chess.com.
Yeah.
And okay, this is interesting. Two prodigies against each
One
other.
Crazy rook endgame left.
Yeah, Faustino Oro should be winning now thanks to the black b pawn.
Yeah, so far away from the white king. There's about 10 different ways to cut the king off.
The white king
E7,
is too far
I guess.
away.
Maybe there's one way to cut the king off.
And yeah, this is still difficult though. Zokogal here, she's found the best defensive setup. So once the black king peeks its head out, you give a check, force it back.
Yeah. Then you re-attack the pawn, frontal defense.
Oh, nice.
Ooh,
check.
nice, Fausti. Yeah. Good move. Well, once the pawn crosses here, looks pretty good. I think here, rook d4 is good enough.
Now the king comes, and the king is still cut off. The rook goes back.
Yeah.
Oh, great endgame technique. I wish I played endgames like this when I was 11 years old.
Didn't you?
It took me a while longer.
Almost.
I was in my 20s before I discovered the love of endgames.
Oh, okay. Now we're in Lucena. We've gone from frontal defense to Lucena.
The bridge has
It looks
been
like
built.
Fausti knows his endgames pretty much by heart here. The theoretical rook endings. Very clean and rapid fire, right? Like just reciting.
Yeah. Beautiful win there by the young Argentine prodigy. And that leaves us with 3 leaders after round 5, all on a perfect score, 5 out of 5. We have Nguyen from Vietnam, we have Amin Tabatabai from Iran, and Sergei Azarov. Wow. Only 3 players actually in the chasing pack here, David.
Yeah, it's true. They're starting to get a little bit of space, but there's several rounds to go. nobody's going to keep up a perfect score for 9 games against world-class opposition.
Yeah, and we'll see who of those leading pack drops points. Of course, 2 of them will be facing each other in this 6th round, which has just begun. And okay, what do you make of the starting position here? This game, e4, e5, relatively symmetrical.
Yeah, these positions, when the knights are on the same color for white and the opposite color for black, they often lead to maneuvering starts to the game because it's very easy for white to lock down the light squares and black to lock down the dark squares. So in this double king pawn position, for example, it's going to be very hard to play f5 or d5 for black, or d4 or f4 for white. So we'll get more of a, gioco pianissimo here probably.
Yeah, and that's my least favorite opening, I must admit. I'll whisper it, but
okay.
it's the one opening I struggle to enjoy. Just too symmetrical. But
I'll keep your secret, but I don't know if 10,000 people watching will all be so good.
Sorry, everyone who enjoys playing those Italian games. Just not for me, but clearly for Ralph Mamedov in this one.
Yeah. So I think an interesting question is whether black can maybe put a pawn on c6 instead of a knight, like white's knight on c3, and then bring this other knight to e6, and play like the slightly more adult version of the Italian game. The knight c3, knight d5 is kind of like the kids' version of the Italian game.
Very more sophisticated way. But knight a4, he's going after the bishop pair.
Yeah.
Which he's been allowed to capture.
Which he's going to get, yeah. And I actually had a horribly Italian plan in mind for black of a6, bishop a7, c6, etc. Well,
the dreaded.
I don't play it much, but I've seen other people do it.
Yeah, and now at some point that bishop on b6 will be captured. White will have the bishop pair, but it's going to be very blocked for a long time. And for Mamedov, yeah, he's been up-floated, so he's half a point behind the leading pack. I'm going to say that, he's a great speed player, but he also prefers to have concrete plans, to know exactly where the pieces belong, to play on the front foot. So we'll see whether this symmetrical approach suits him. Maybe we go to the bird's eye view, or is this just me being biased? Sorry, stop me, David, if you want to linger here a bit longer.
No. Go for it. Back to the bird's eye view. Let's see what else is going on here. We've got a bird's opening on the top left board between Tabatabai and Azarov, and somehow Azarov's driving a pawn straight through the center of the board already. So they're in some kind of complicated battle, actually more reminiscent of some English opening lines in standard chess, just kind of flipped a file. And a classic thing just below that, Sevian versus Musard on the orange board. You see that e5 rook. Those clumsy rooks were a big feature of the Weissenhaus tournament, right? I'm sure you remember like the first several rounds, you're just like, rook in the middle. What are these rooks doing?
Exactly. And like, I don't know if the players just forget that once they move the rook, they can't castle. So there's no kind of super long castles for Musard. You often have to lose time, but getting the first pawn break in can be like gold dust. I'm tempted to go to Sevian Musard, but maybe first, since we're at the bird's eye view, maybe we do check out that bird's opening between our leaders Tabatabai and Azarov, because it's extremely ambitious by Sergei Azarov.
Yeah, we can do that. Oh yeah, this is a sharp opening battle as well, with white now playing c3. So to very experienced players, what this is reminiscent of in normal chess is these lines in the English where you go c4, e5, and then at some point white plays knight f3 and black plays e4. And the white knight goes to g5, and basically is your knight wandering or is their pawn overexposed, and they fight over that square like crazy. Well, here they have to fight over this d4 square like crazy. It's so important that Azarov has played rook d8, foregoing half of his castling privileges and getting in the way of the other side, just to say, I gotta hold this d4 square.
I mean, it's a big square to hold, especially if white can't get any pieces out. So I do quite like the approach, but it's super high risk for black. Pawn down, and Yeah, I think the next few moves might actually decide this game, I've got to say. Like, just at least the kind of trend. If black can keep the initiative, then great. But if the initiative dries up, it might just be a pawn down, facing the white pawns, marching forward in the center, and the black king.
Right. And if the D pawn gets traded, right, that's going to be like 3 marching pawns in the center for white against nothing. You just get swept away.
Exactly. I'm already looking at, like, well, ideally you would play e3, black captures something, then you play d4, but black will just block it even further, e3, d3, and chaos.
He simply trades it, right, with the idea trade, e3, d4, but depending how it goes, black might at least get the pawn back on e5.
And that white king's on an open diagonal, so gotta be a bit careful here. And some variations.
Should have 5 covered for the moment.
So e3 before taking on d4.
Yeah, because, okay, folks, if white had taken on d4 immediately here, right, this is where I was thinking that black kind of gets their pawn back at least on e5, which should be plausible for black. In fact, d4 taking over the center would be perhaps just bad after bishop takes g3 and these light squares become weak. I have in mind
rotates d4.
A very fancy move. I don't know if I'm pushing it, David, but
free pawn.
Free pawn. Let's take it. Rook takes d4, because the e-pawn already has a responsibility, which is to deal with bishop f5. So that's how quickly the game could kind of turn, depending on how they handle this. So white plays e3 first, with the idea of setting up the full center, like David wants, and Sergey is deep in thought around this.
I mean, e3 looks good to me, so I don't know why the question mark is attached there, but it must be something very concrete, most likely to do with the open white king. I'm not sure whether you play knight f5 or knight takes knight right now, and knight takes b5.
Right, knight f5 or knight takes b5. I even calculated h5. It doesn't work, folks, but you know, like this is an even bigger surprise than bishop f5 as the queen can emerge.
Maybe knight takes b5 and then h5.
Possibly so, yeah.
I love your idea.
Yeah. It's always fun when you get a new maneuver.
Yeah, it's always fun when you're threatening checkmate within 10 moves.
Right. Okay, so we got the trade on b5 and g5, question mark. Do you want to see if the computer preferred h5? Are you curious?
It did.
h5.
Best move.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
h5.
And it's the same idea, right?
g5.
It's the same
g5
idea.
is going for queen g6, right? It's just much worse for your pawn structure on the king side, and you don't have that h4 move to kick the knight from covering the light squares. So white plays bishop a4, exclam, covering the weaknesses. Look at that. That's a classy move from Amin.
Oof. What a move.
Stays out of the way of, his pawn mass moving.
Yeah. It's so odd to me, though. Like, you see that the black queen wants to come to this diagonal, so h5 is... Maybe it's just kind of confirmation bias now, but you've said h5. It was like, whoa, it's so attractive. You're threatening h4. Your queen's coming out to h7. Now g5, you've lost control of so many squares. Your queen and knight fighting for the same square on g6. White's just going to play d4. This might just be game over. I'm not going to say I called it, but that next half dozen moves from when we joined, it did feel critical.
Yeah, you're right. And white is basically like one move away from emerging with basically a winning advantage. At this level, a full pawn plus full control over the center. We could even add to that maybe some weaknesses for black on the king side. Honestly, that's like the smallest of white's advantages at this point, but it does speak to black's chances for turning the game around. That would basically be a win in Amin's hands in classical. Now in rapid, okay, there's always a few more chances, but Sergey's clock is showing that he understands that we're steps away from calling it a decisive advantage.
Yeah. This is big at the top of the table. 2 players on 100%. It looks like Amin Tabatabai about to, well, if he keeps control, a big favorite now to stay in the lead. Shall we zoom out and check some of the other games?
Yeah, let's zoom out, maybe check on Amin's compatriot, who has been continually giving us excitement. Magsudlu is on the black and white board. the real chessboard, right? Just the battle of black and white, they used to call it, I think. And Tersahakian, very strong Armenian grandmaster, has pushed a pawn to d3, potentially trapping some white pieces.
Yeah, and it's fascinating because the two Iranians kind of opening the exact same way with this bird's opening, their opponents pretty much reacting in the exact same way, as far as I can tell.
Right.
It's
very aggressive d-pawn push on both boards.
yeah.
Amin successfully challenged that d-pawn and traded it off. And Maksudlu looks like it really needs to get that d-pawn out of his throat here.
Yeah, let's make things black and white and jump to that black and white board.
You want to get over there? All right, we will do it. So making alternative space for the bishop on c1 to develop is the choice here for white. b3. You can maybe cut off some of the defense of this pawn with knight d4 at some point. I mean, despite black's space, white potentially has d4 and e4 for the knights. It's not all bad. It's still a complicated position, maybe.
I think complicated is always the word when it comes to freestyle chess, but yeah, I mean, it just looks visually so appealing for black, but you still need a knockout blow, or you still need kind of a plan of action.
Yeah,
develops
a way to keep white on the back foot, keep them from coordinating properly.
I would have loved to have played bishop e6 there. I don't know if that was any good or not, just to try and hint at some sacrifices.
You're ready to take, huh? You don't want to take this game to an endgame as black here. You want to go boom,
of course,
bang,
etc. But okay,
yeah, it looks like a normal development, and you folks see like the eval bars on our side here, right, showing us an evaluation, and you see one natural developing move, and that big advantage disappears. So when you see the big advantage, I wouldn't be too biased against white based on that advantage, right? Because it's still like early days in the position, and the most natural move can cause it to evaporate. That means it's really based on very specific play.
And a6 now been played by Tersahakian of Armenia. That's a very strong move, either kind of forcing the white knight onto the edge of the board, or back to d4, where it doesn't actually have too many squares after c5. The chase might continue.
Yeah, I wonder if he's envisaging c5 and maybe even c4, saying either you leave the d-pawn defended, or you open up your king somewhat and bring my knight, or I don't even know if you he doesn't play knight d4. He's scared of c5, c4. If black had c5, c4 against knight d4, I don't even know if you would bring your queen or your knight to that square.
Yeah.
Either one seems pretty decent.
Now that white knight on the edge, not looking great. The white rook trapped in the corner. White can still castle though, so maybe it's not all doom and gloom. H4 though, wow.
I think if white castled, black would have very quick a5, a4, and you don't have the a2 pawn defended anymore. It would be very risky to sort of commit your king over to that side.
Yeah, I meant more the other way, but maybe that was also hard to arrange. The long
you want to queen? That makes much more sense. You want to go like queen f2-ish and
but
head to the good side. Okay.
Not after white's last move, h4, probably.
Right, now he's taking it in another direction.
Fascinating, these middle games.
Yeah, his idea, create some chaos, right? Give black some problems in another area.
Yeah, chaos is a good word for this one as well. Black has played it. I think we've had a couple more moves. Black has blocked with
h5 blocking it, yeah. c4 opening up the bishop.
Queen f8, stopping c5, I guess. Queen f8.
Yes, just stopping this threat, huh?
Yeah. Queen f8, I do not hate. He's coming to b4 maybe as well. Queen b4 in some variations.
Yeah, rook c1, renewing this idea of trying to grab some space and block that bishop out. Strangely, each player would be cramped and each player would have a lot of space after c5.
Just an everyday Fischer-Random type position. Yeah.
Okay, getting some moves. Bishop c6,
He allows
c5,
it.
bishop a5. That's where I thought the bishop would head. I was looking at ideas of trying to go after the d2 square. And that's exactly what he's set up. 1 minute and 40. And he hasn't gotten castled yet, has Tersakian. He hasn't finished his development.
Yeah, I mean, that's true for both sides, I guess. But bishop c3...
Yeah.
Oh,
Bishop c3.
this is getting
Garnering
messy.
a huge old question mark. I don't know why.
Bishop takes
Wondering
e4.
about like bishop e4, bishop a5, switching up the color complexes, but it doesn't look particularly great for black.
Although at the end, after a trade of bishops, there might be knight c6. Queen takes c5 ideas.
Oh, and maybe we still win the pawn on c5, huh?
Maybe.
Tricky details. Here's what David's telling us, folks. If we make this trade, and they recapture, then after knight c6, we're trying to send the bishop to c3 to clean up this c5 pawn and deal with the space advantage. Even that is like messy with bishop f6, unless you've
messy.
calculated some stuff that is beyond me.
A3.
I don't know.
Queen takes knights. And
a3. Okay, yeah, clean. Okay. So bishop c3, black traded on c3 and brought this knight towards the king side. Knight a5, natural move. They each get question marks for these moves. I don't know why. Looks like great moves. And I don't know clearly who's better here, as long as they each have these cramping pawns.
Yeah, very tough to evaluate. Maybe the clock is the decider here. Maybe that's the one thing that makes Magzuli the favorite.
Yeah, 3 extra minutes.
Yeah, this one's still.
Plus, just Magsudlu is like a little bit the stronger player, right? Like he's come out on top of a lot of strong opponents in battles like this.
True. This is his type of positions. Tersakian's a very classical player. Another player I've had the honor of playing against many, many times, but I think he might be uncomfortable. He's not necessarily the quickest. Yeah, maybe while this game kind of goes through this kind of next lull before the real scramble, we can zoom out and check in on the bird's eye view.
Right. Let's see what progress Amin is making on the top board. That is our first board, upper left, blue. He still has that pretty strong pawn center. But, you know, his king is not perfectly covered, so there's still counterplay, despite what the eval bar is showing. But we also see those weaknesses on the f-file produced by g5, meaning that if the game has sort of a logical course, the endgame's even more dead for black with those kingside weaknesses.
Yeah.
As long as queens are on the board, though, I wouldn't be sure of that.
And wow, Azarov actually just resigns, or loses on time, actually, in a very difficult position.
I didn't see his clock in the bird's eye view. 0.000. Ay, ay, ay.
That was the top left board there. The leader, Tabatabai, now 100%. He is on 6 out of 6.
Incredible. And how about Christopher Yu on the reddish board?
Yeah.
He just played some kind of e6 pawn sack. I assume he's calculating some attack against a king here.
Over to you, David. Shall we jump over?
If you like, yeah, we could. I was just curious what you thought of his position. It looks like it was just a deflection to create passed pawns on the king side, so we're in endgame territory here.
I mean, I don't think white's going to lose this. I think black is the one fighting for a draw, but I did notice that just 2 or 3 moves before we joined, Christopher Yu was totally winning and had 3 extra minutes. The eval bar not approving.
Still got the 3 minutes. I think he's going to win this endgame if I just had to randomly guess, although I expected queen f7, not g6. Here, you would want to go to g4 normally, but then there's rook b4, so you got to find somewhere else to go.
Yeah, maybe black should have put the rook the other way.
Big old question mark for that. I didn't see a lot of choices. Did he have to go to h6 instead? Who knows why? Second chance to put the queen on f7, which is the square I kind of like.
Yeah, but watch out. Queen f7, e5.
Is there an e5
wins.
tactic?
Oh, it doesn't
I was
win.
just going to ask, but the queen will cover rook c4
Oh, yeah.
luckily at the end of this,
Doesn't
right?
quite win. Yeah. Otherwise, rook c4. My bad.
Yeah. Yeah, natural fear. Okay, so rook b3, he's using some of his time. I just think 3 extra minutes, this complicated an endgame, white's going to win. Queen. They'll queen some pawns.
But black has ideas like rook b to c3, followed by rook c4. There's e5 check. There's, I mean, either rook to c3 looks quite scary.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, very clever move from Sun on Sugirov, rook to b3, right? A lot of times in these ending situations, especially low on time, people just start giving checks. Rook b4, rook b3 check, chase the white king around. But he says, let's keep you right where you are. And Chris, you has played queen f7.
Ooh,
rook
b4.
b8. Okay, so similar to the rook c3 move, right?
Mate was threatened, so white had to drop back the queen with a check. And now, is it time to run in king e5? Ooh, just dropping back.
Wow, because if he had played king e5 first, then if he gets checked, he couldn't go to the f file because of rook f8.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. And now the white king has found its way in front of the pawns. Oh, that
Brilliant.
was
If
sneaky.
rook takes h5, he had queen b7, winning a rook on f3. Black throws his own e-pawn for counterplay. Every move played in seconds here. White gets a queen. Black's going to get a queen. Should be checkmate.
Yeah, I think it's checkmate in 2. Yeah. Black resigns in the end, but e1 queen, there would have been... maybe we can put this on the board. Queen to, queen h to c8, and then queen to e8.
Dramatic, this game. And I think Chris found like an incredible move, that queen g3 move under pressure. I don't know if it was like the only way to do it, but that idea, queen g3, getting out of the way of the tactics where you lose your queen, and then the king had a free route to g7 where it could hide from the rooks. That seemed like the decisive find in that game.
Great spot.
Meanwhile, our top boards have ended. Bird's eye view no longer showing them. So hopefully we have the standings to know who won or lost at the top there, like that Magsudlu game.
I can check.
I wonder. Looks like he won the game, huh? Based on the standings I can see.
Yeah, Magsudlu won his game.
Tersahakian.
He did indeed.
Okay, live positions here. Musard against Sevian. Those are big names in orange there. And I think they've got pretty big scores. And they've got seconds left on the clock as well. So let me have a quick look over there. Oh my gosh. It's dramatic. Sevian's king is in danger, right?
His piece is just barely breathing.
Materials, in fact, equal this deep into the games. They play the whole game with seconds. Black's overprotecting the d-pawn. Sevian messing with Black's king, finding some counterplay.
A4 was a
and there is queen a8 as well. So he doesn't block queen b5.
Okay. What? Whoa, rook f1, deflection. The white queen was...
Oh, because of the queen. I was like, David, what is that move? Oh.
What a move that was.
Oh, and then he sets up for a checkmate.
And he's coming in.
Oh my goodness. He's got him.
He's got it.
His queen can come through now. And he's going to checkmate or queen, one or the other. There's no stopping it. And he was down to like 2 or 3 seconds against 15. I thought it was getting out of control for Musard. And then he found rook f1.
Rook f1. Again, one of the moves of the play-ins so far. Checkmate ending this one. Jules Musard moves up just behind the leaders now, on 5 out of 6. We have a couple more games going.
I'm clicking quickly to Grishuk because, there's just seconds on all these boards here. 5 on 5 rook endgame in our faces, folks. White with a passed e-pawn that doesn't look amazing yet, but he's going to work on it.
All about the e-pawn. If
Breton's rook d7, g7.
Yeah, if White can get the e-pawn going, this is over. But counterplay.
Strangely hard to push the e-pawn. You might have to go f6 and take the h-pawn.
Okay.
Black's going to get counterplay with c4.
The race. Good old-fashioned race here.
Oh, he allows rook c6? I thought he had to play c4 first.
Oh, I think he could have just taken the pawn on c5.
Yeah, that was the point of rook c6, but he didn't take. Uh-oh.
Time trouble does crazy things to all of us.
Yeah. It's just bullet territory. Looks like white wanted rook g5, but actually he wanted rook g7.
Grishik's still in trouble, though, maybe. The white king can step across now.
You mean come to the c pawn or come to the g pawn? Where should the white king go?
I meant
he
the
goes
C-pawn.
the wrong way.
I meant the c
You wanted the c pawn? Stop the pawn that was about to queen. Yeah, his plan is to go king g6 and sack the rook for the c pawn. But black can do some kind of a rook g1, rook f1 defense.
Yeah, black will just keep
So
checking.
we add the e pawn to the mix. Black threatens rook takes h7 there.
Now nowhere for the white king to hide.
Black's just going to keep attacking the h pawn if the king runs to the past the f file.
Will now end in a draw. If the white king goes to the e file, yeah, rook takes h7 is the big threat now.
Yeah. Only 7 seconds left, but these guys know this rook endgame.
Ooh, nice touch.
King h8 is slightly risky. But okay, it ends logically. One of the only games ending in a draw this round. On the bird's eye view, I see like 7 decisive scores plus this one draw. We've got one last game going between Linus Olsson and Mark Smirnov.
And it
Looks like white should draw down a bishop, huh? Just by holding still.
Yeah. No way black can make progress. Has to defend his lone pawn.
Yeah.
And okay, feels like we've repeated this position about 7 times.
Yeah, kind of a funny little endgame situation. I don't know if I've ever seen this exact one before. But the black bishop would actually be able to win this game from a7. The only square where it would do both jobs on one diagonal. That's kind of a key of using bishops in endgames, right? Like, you want to cover b6 so the king can't just move around, keeping the b pawn defended, and you need to defend a7. So the one diagonal principle of bishops says you need the bishop on a7 to win this endgame.
Although then king b5 followed by b4 would trade off the remaining pawn. So even then.
Even then it would be
Interesting.
held.
But
all right.
Either way, it looks like we've come to the end of round 6 of our 9 rounds. And yeah, let's check out those standings as we get into round 7.
Onward and upwards. One perfect score left. Last round it was 3, wasn't it?
Yeah. So Tabatabai, the only winner from that group of 3 leaders. He's now chased down by Christopher Yu and Ralph Mamedov. He will be facing Christopher Yu in this next round. And behind that, a whole chasing pack on 5 points, 4.5. Those players in almost must-win territory. Remember, it's the top 4 who will qualify for the knockout stages tomorrow. All to play for.
Yeah. Anybody on 5 is still in it for sure, right? 3 rounds to play. Yeah, ample time.
Yeah. Even those on 4.5, if they go on a winning streak, might be feeling confident. But,
could get up to 7.5. And if 7.5 makes it, then that calculation also says that Amin could, in theory, hold his position with 3 draws and qualify perhaps. Maybe he's done enough winning. But without opening theory, there's no just draw button, right? It's just not there. We're seeing very few draws. So, you just have to keep playing.
Yeah, there's no Berlins, no Petrovs, no Marshalls, no Queen's Gambit declines. Hard to play for a draw. And
all right, we get a quick knight sortie by Chris Yu here. And he's also got a d4, e4 pawn center. He's been busy in the first 5 moves of this game, David.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like black has barely moved in return, but
yeah.
How productive has this busyness been for him?
Yeah, I mean, I guess h6, bishop h7 is just sort of modest looking. It doesn't shout that black's made a ton of moves. But, man, Chris has done a lot here. And now he has to choose between the pawn or the knight on c3 for this recapture, because black might trade on c5, trade on d1, and you just have to be sure that you've got that position under control.
Yeah, he definitely wants to take with the pawn, but as you say, it's not wholly clear whether he really should. Knight takes maybe the safer of the options, but also less ambitious.
Right.
There we go.
All right, he plays the ambitious move. Eval bar dips down. Why is this move so desirable, David? You want to...
I think it's essentially just keeping that black bishop on h7 a bit caged. Yeah, essentially you're telling your opponent you're going to be staring at the central pawn for a long time. If black doesn't take on c5, then white has the infamous pawn center. The f file is open, so if white ever castles on that short side, on the king side, then yeah, good potential down there.
We could even get play. So it's like every aggressive e4 player's dream would be this kind of position if there's no disruption from black in the next move or two. And Amin is thinking quite a while about whether he wants to go for bishop takes c5 or some other move here.
I mean, bishop takes c5 is so tempting. You get closer to castling, you ruin the pawn structure, you disrupt, as you said. There we go. Yeah.
And he goes for it. The other idea I had in mind was maybe like knight c6 with knight takes d4 ideas. But
ooh, yeah. Maybe that's what caused him to pause. Knight c6, maybe he just didn't want to allow bishop b5 pins or something along those lines. Either way.
So he breaks up white's structure, has to pay a tempo for it with the knight retreat. But now white's pawn structure is pretty ragtag on c5 and e4, so I think white's got to look to play pretty like aggressively, you know, moves like queen g4, bishop d4, bishop c4 taking on e6, you know, that kind of a feel.
Yeah, that's something that definitely will be on Christopher Yu's radar. He loves those types of concepts, always looking for action.
Yeah. And he's got a huge score. I mean, he must have given up his draw fairly early on because we didn't see him on the top boards in rounds, you know, 3 or 4. But 5.5 out of 6, I mean, he must be on a massive streak here today.
Yeah, he drew round 2 and has since been winning, beating some very strong grandmasters, Alexei Sorana and Sanan Sugirov, his latest two victims.
Yeah, 2 members of 2700 Club, famous club. Until the Freestyle Players Club, I think the 2700 Club was like the elite club in the chess world, no?
Yeah, it kicked me out of that club a few years back, unfortunately. But
it's not a lifetime thing?
It's, I don't know. I maybe it is. Maybe I haven't been paying the membership. I don't know what it is. The membership fees. Either way, elite club and an honor to be in. But, okay, he castles. Who would you prefer here, David? Instinctively,
I would take the bishop pair.
I'm shocked.
And black's knights are bottled up for the moment. I know my structure is a wreck. E5 is the most attractive square for a knight, and it's pretty darn attractive, but at least it's on a dark square, so like I won't be completely bereft of ability to deal with it. When you've got the bishop pair, the worst scenario is you lose control of a great knight outpost on a light square. Because then you can't challenge it, and it's controlling the squares that your remaining dark square bishop wants to be using. So at least the e5 square being a dark square, you know, I don't feel hopeless. He brings the queen like I wanted it.
Great move.
And now knight e5, queen g3. Black would have to answer some questions about h6 and e5. So maybe you just want to play, you know, something like bishop g6 or knight f6, like a safer kingside move.
Queen to h4 is the choice. So still menacing bishop takes h6.
Still like a little bit of a threat.
Yeah.
Knight d7 would be the most obvious move.
Yeah. Queen d8 would reinstate the threat of knight takes e4, so some temptation. Although,
yeah, and I do want to improve this queen, I will say. If I weren't worried about bishop h6, I'd be looking at moves like b6, trying to get my queen involved. All right, bishop d3, and he's going to castle. The rook is going to be felt, so yeah, still a delicate situation. Standard fare for a Caro player. Do you know if Amin Tabatabai is much of a Caro Khan player?
Good question. He used to do a lot of work with, for example, Alireza Firouzja and Ariane Tari, who are both very renowned Caro Khan players. I don't know if he's played it himself so much. I mean, I know he's played...
I seem to recall a lot of Berlin defenses in games of his that I've
I think Sicilian's when he wants to win. Berlin when he wants to be solid.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so you gets castled. And, Black can't take over the aggression yet with moves like knight e5 because the dark squares need tending. So it's not so easy to say what direction Amin should take the game in from here.
Yeah. Very difficult. I mean, he's got to be feeling some kind of pressure. It feels like White's last move's momentum's building. White has easy follow-ups. White can play b4. White can play h3. Just kind of slow improving moves. How does Black improve?
Yeah. Black has to keep their eye even on knight b5. There are moments where that would just be like, oops, inconvenient. And my idea of b6 to try and break out is going to generally fail to c6. Whether it completely loses or is just slightly bad, I don't know, but it looks not really viable.
Yeah.
So
at best, you kind of help White's pawn structure. At worst, you lose coordination, right? So,
yeah.
Okay. Key moment, long think by Amin Tabatabai. Yeah. Maybe we zoom out to the bird's eye view because it looks like some stuff is happening on board 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look. To the bird's eye view, we've got purple on the board you're calling for. My favorite color, David.
One of your favorite players too, Magzudlu.
Yeah, Magzudlu. Now you know all the trivia if you ever play some kind of a Proust trivia game. Purple for Magzudlu and very, I would say, chaotic position. I mean, just like a conflagration of tactics between the minor pieces.
Yeah, it's all about the minor pieces there. The white queen actually almost trapped as well, we should mention. So be a bit careful if you're in Magzudlu's shoes.
Attacked by the bishop. And there's a knight e2 check fork. I know it's very small, folks, but the queen has very limited squares.
And that is another one that's key for our standings. Mamedov is half a point off the lead. He and Christopher Yu are the only two.
Yeah, and we've got Nguyen against Pranesh. On the red board, board 3.
It's looking like a Scotch.
Uncastled kings, kind of a Scotch defense. Yeah, how did they transpose to the Scotch so cleanly?
These players, if there's a will, there's a way.
Yeah. Pleasant position for Musard, who we saw defeat Sevian last round. So he's having a pretty good event. He's probably on 5 out of 6 even.
That's right. Yep.
To be up here against Esipenko. So all these guys on 5 out of 6, they're all having good tournaments, and they've got big enough scores that they're going to believe in their ability to, close the tournament with a 2-game streak or a 3-game streak as needed.
And maybe we do jump to the purple board, Magzudlu against Mamedov, because, actually, just as we jump in, I was going to say, I was a bit naughty. I clicked on the game, saw an engine, and Black had a winning move on the last turn instead of queen to e6. Okay. I'll ask you to guess here, David, because I don't think I would have found this.
Instead of queen e6, a winning move?
Yeah.
My first thought is bishop c4, hanging my bishop with check. That's not going to be it. My next thought would be like knight d4, opening up some threats. That move looks a lot better than bishop c4. I think White would probably trade my knight. I'd take with my rook. I'd be thrilled with that position.
And what he did was okay with queen e6. Knight d4 also.
How about this move? Bishop d5, going after the knight, and if knight d5, no, queen g4, there's still knight g3. It's not that either.
You're very close there, though. Very close. I don't think I would find this even in a classical game. So I've put you in a...
Even in a classical? Okay, what is it?
In a difficult spot, but it's rook to d5. And apparently it's an immediate knockout with a pin.
Oh, that's a killer move. Yeah, I don't know if we would find that in classical chess even.
Yeah.
Whew.
And even rook takes f7, removing the light squared bishop. Knight takes
Yeah.
rook is over with some nasty
But you
pins.
know what, David? After you didn't find this move, Jakob Agard could put it in a book of puzzles.
Exactly.
Moves that the computer found that you didn't.
Inside the box thinking. Actually, wait, a rook has landed on d5 anyway.
Oh yeah,
Wow.
he was hip to it. Mamedov was hip to the rook d5 theme.
Wow.
Only one move to. He was almost right on that. Now we're getting double question marks every move for some reason. Hard to keep up with. There's queen c6. No, there's no queen c6. Why didn't queen c6 happen?
Because queen takes c6 is a check.
Because it's a check. Maybe he was counting on it.
Yeah.
No, is it possible? Because now he's down a piece.
Very possible, Magzulu. That's probably why he played rook f5 a couple of moves ago. So easy
Yeah.
to miss these checks.
So the move that got the double question mark was apparently this rook f5 move. Takes. He must have planned queen c6.
Mm. Ouch. Now piece down.
Now
and-
black's going to have to avoid queen c6 and does,
Yeah, facing the attack.
while preparing an attack.
Ralph Mamedov having a stormer of a tournament.
Yeah. 5.5 out of 6. He's half a point ahead of Parham. He's got the black pieces, and he could leave him in the dust here if he manages to convert
Mm-hmm.
a piece here. Right now there's a trap. Queen b1, knight e7 looks bad for black's health.
Ooh, that is true.
Yeah, that's an in-between checkaroo.
Mhm.
So he retreats for the moment and holds his pieces.
Yeah.
You got to clutch your extra piece tight, right?
Just in
Don't want to
case.
let that thing go.
Exactly. And okay, now it should be a matter of
Bishop
clearing things up.
c5 looks boom.
Mhm.
Oh my god.
And
And now the poor king.
Yeah. Magzulu, though, if he drops now down to 5 out of 7, he might already
Yeah.
be out of the running for those top 4 spots. Dramatic
Okay, he
moments.
can't do it. But black has like knight f3, d2. Black has anything here, right?
Maybe we wait till this game is over any moment now. Surely.
I think it's moments away from ending. Yeah.
There we go.
Knight f3, d2.
You called it. The clincher.
The easiest. Double exclam's a bit generous, no?
Kind of a sacrifice for one move. Yeah, bishop d5 coming. This is it. Talk about the bishop pair. I mean, it's nice to have a piece more, and that's game over. He resigns,
Yeah.
Magzulu.
When the bishop pair gets really good, it starts to feel like 2 extra pieces, right? When all
Exactly.
diagonals are open. So back to the bird's eye view. Of course, we've got you and Tabatabai on the first board, but let's glance around elsewhere. While we're here, Raunak Sadwani has just received the resignation of Lobanov.
Mhm. Yeah, it's looking mostly balanced on the other boards, although some small
Yeah.
interesting things. Pranesh actually has an extra pawn on board 3 against Nguyen from Vietnam. But I think we have to go to our top board. I think stuff is happening. Tactics.
Yeah. Let's have a look. Chris has sent the knight to a7 and then sacked on h6 on the other side of the board.
As you do.
Threatens checkmate, but I mean queen g6 is a pretty easy defense for now.
Mhm. Is there more? That's the
Yes.
question. Bishop to g6 allows bishop takes g7, which feels wrong.
Bishop g6, yeah, trying to trap that piece, huh? Trying to really win. Bishop g6, bishop g7. This is analysis, folks. If king g7, queen f6, and the knight's going to get back into the game. Knight c6, queen d8, so that's probably going to be winning for white. But when you take on g7, does black have any tricks? Probably not, right?
Mhm.
Because if the knight tried to move like some fancy knight h7 in between move, there's just queen d8. So after queen g5, black played the safer move, queen g6. White brings the knight back into the game. Rook e8. And the endgame looks more bearable for white now.
Yeah. There's still a pawn down, so unless knight takes
Yeah.
e4 is possible, and still some suffering ahead.
That's the question. It feels necessary. He plays bishop f4 instead. And 95, 95, trade. And black is clearly up this d pawn, which is a problem.
Yeah. That being said, rook f3 is a threat to win that pawn now.
Mm-hmm. I think rook e2, it looks pretty simple to me.
Yep. Why is the eval bar not saying this is completely winning for black? It looks so good. Rook e2.
Well, I think like white plays rook d1. And then at some point, white has the idea of moving the bishop away. Then you could defend the pawn with your knight, but then the bishop could come back and attack your knight. So you have to sort of coordinate the moment you do it. My plan was rook e2 and then just bringing the king towards e6. But in this position, Amin opted for knight f6. So he wants rook d8, knight e4 as his setup.
And he's gone for it. He's winning a second pawn. Although...
Yeah.
Okay. Bishop takes knight is not a threat.
Chris tries to kick the knight away, and if the knight retreats, he wants to go king d2 and just get rid of that pawn immediately. Although even then, black might have c5, c4.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there's any hope.
Bishop a5.
And as we say, the yellow question mark crew comes in.
Yeah, maybe rook to d4, rook to a4 there was another idea.
Okay, so here Amin goes for rook b2 as the d pawn dies. There's no world where we have time to play bishop c3, c4 and leave those pawns alive, huh?
It's possible. If the black rook gets in...
King d3 maybe, to avoid the check.
Gonna be two pawns again.
Yeah.
Okay, this is huge. We should mention for everyone at home, for the standings, Christopher Yu could overtake Tabatabai with a win. Looking unlikely, but Tabatabai could go to 7 out of 7 if he wins.
Yeah. And that's going to feel like he's qualified. I mean, he probably will need another half point, but 7 out of 7 is going to feel overwhelming. Tries a very concrete move, but it does let the king take the c pawn, and then who's going to defend the a pawn? What?
Yeah. You rushed it. I think he just assumed that this is easy, but the black king is still very far away. Okay, don't go king d6.
So his idea is to give up the a pawn, win the h pawn just with the knight?
I guess he wants to run his king, but by the time the black king comes in, the white king will be back almost.
Yeah. I mean, if he's relying on this king, he should have centralized it at some point in this endgame. Here it comes. Yeah, okay, so he's going to get a tempo with the king on f5 or the pawn on g5 in a moment. The bishop will go hide on b8. It's going to be hard to make much of this.
King d4, king d3, king e2, run it back. Ooh. Okay, first he pushes his pawn. That loses a valuable move.
Is that to preserve winning chances or something?
An odd one here, because he's just helped the black king come forward.
Yeah. And the h-pawn's more exposed here. And anyway, his bishop was better on b8 than on c1, no? Okay, so he prepares knight e4.
Hey.
Thinking, king g4, bishop g5, and then bishop d8.
I think he's also prepared to defend his g7 pawn long term. So bishop b2 now, knight h5 holds that one.
Okay.
Knight g3, very clever move, I've got to say.
And we get knight h5, like you say. The bishop heads to e7. There will be knight f6, and then he's going to go back to f8, huh? Trying to trade one pawn.
But he goes
knight f5, doing everything.
Wow, great move. And now the white king's miles away.
This is, in general, the scenario, Chris, you had in mind when he played that rook takes g2, crazy, sacrificial, or not really sacrificial, that very fancy transition that we were suspicious of.
And this is why having two g-pawns is better than one, because you can allow one to get exchanged.
Right. Okay, but the white king is getting back pretty quickly.
Yeah.
I guess the black king still has control of the main area. This might be because I've spent so much time online now, but I think of this as like the red carpet for the pawn. It must be because I'm used to highlighting these squares online.
I've never thought of it like that before, actually. Like, that's a very good way of seeing things. Very appropriate here.
Yeah. That's a lot of time spent teaching chess, right? It's like the way to win in an endgame is you get a pass pawn and then you control the squares in front of it, right? And then I guess I must have highlighted them so many times that I started seeing it was like rolling out the red carpet for the passer.
It's fully rolled out here. I think
so.
Do anything.
You think he's got it, huh?
Yeah. If the white king had gone for the other pawn would have been safe on g5. Now he's going to push g5, g3, and then something. Ooh, okay, he's going back though.
So g3, king g4, knight h2, king g5, with the idea of sacking on g3 and taking the last pawn with the king,
would have saved it.
Has given him some pause.
This is still not easy to win, got to be said.
No, I mean, with 5 seconds on Amin's clock.
King F4.
So here he's envisaging king e6, g3. Throw that in with the tempo, I think. 3 seconds.
Definitely.
1 second.
This is where being able to move two squares with your pawn on its first move is really helpful. Otherwise, you could take
crucial. So otherwise, king f7 would end your dreams, huh? Yeah. Now the knight has to wander to the other side of the board.
Ooh.
Knight e5, freezing the king. It can't go to f6 or h6.
Yeah.
And now the plan is, at some point, knight g4, king g3, knight f2.
Block that diagonal.
That bishop needs to get out of the way. Yep. Good call. King g3, very precise.
Check, and there we go. It's coming to f2.
Yeah.
Wow. The Batabay's on fire, I've got to say, David.
That was nicely done.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, that was, like a mind-blowing endgame in a rapid game.
Oof. Fantastic precision there. He saw it all, got the job done. He's on 7 out of 7. That is Caruana-esque from Tabatabai.
Yeah. And good job to Fabi for making 7 out of 7 forever cause anyone to think of him.
Magic number these days. Hard to surpass. And okay, one more game. Samvel Sahakian, who we saw a bit earlier. Trying to win this. Not easy.
Not easy. Black wants to keep that A pawn under supervision.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Allows it to advance. Now you really better not let it advance any further.
Yeah. Is this one of those endgames where with the black king on a8, it's a draw anyway? If you just keep the bishop safe, even if you lose your kingside pawns. I think this is it. The white pawn needs to be on a5 actually, as the white king should be using the a6 square.
Right.
Yeah, this is one of the counterintuitive draws that I never understand. Oh, yeah. It's a blunder apparently.
Yeah.
A7? No.
A7, yeah.
Oh, it's just king b6, and now the bishop can't hold the
just king b6 taking that square.
Now rook
e7.
Yeah.
Stop and check.
Oof. He should have kept his bishop on the other diagonal. Kept it on the a7 to g1 diagonal.
Yeah.
This is hard. There we go. Don't take that bishop.
Don't take it.
No stalemate.
Wow. Well, if we had a little more time, we would have definitely learned this rook and bishop ending just now, or rook versus bishop ending just now, folks. That's somewhere in your endgame textbooks. But that closes up round 7 at the top of the standings. Of course, Amin Tabatabai was 7 out of 7, keeping pace. Rauf Mamedov.
Yeah, and that is a forced pairing in the next round, in round 8. 6.5, Rauf Mamedov. There's only 2 players on 6. The pack is thinning out now, and there's a whole bunch of players on 5.5 who are almost in must-win territory if they want to hit the top 4. In the meantime, David, we're getting close to the end now of this Swiss stage. Only 2 rounds remaining. It's the final break for the players. What are you expecting that we're going to see?
Just I think continued madness. We've seen almost no like technical games or like nobody playing symmetrically as white, accepting to just trade, create exchange Slav or exchange French structures. No maneuvering London style approaches to it. So I think it's just going to be continued madness, which means the leaders are not safe in their positions, right? Like anyone can just flip, jump over them, leapfrog them at any moment. So, you're going to have to be sharp till the end. That would be my guess.
Continued madness, you heard it here first. We're going to go on a short break. The players taking their last pause before the final stretch. So we'll be back in a few minutes. See you again shortly. everyone, and welcome back to the final 2 rounds here of the play-in for the Paris Freestyle Grand Slam Tour. I'm here, David Howell, joined by David Bruce, and we've seen some dramatic action. Game 8, round 8, has actually just started, so we're going to jump right in, but it's now all about the top 4. It's the top 4 that qualify, David, and that's what we're here to find out. The names of the 4 players getting that golden ticket to tomorrow.
Yeah, and I have us starting off 1 or 2 boards below the top for a moment, just for this opening phase, because one of the things that can happen in Fischer Random Chess or Freestyle Chess is you can get these dramatic early knockouts and tactical flurries. And this game here between M. Pranesh and Raunak Sadhwani, who are just below the leaders, right? And they're still in the running. It starts with knight g3, c5, and the knight immediately hops to h5, threatening smothered mate on move 3. And black is hard-pressed to cover that square. The only piece that can do it, the queen starts an elaborate dance to try and keep the square covered. Pranesh opens up the bishop in the corner, going after g7, and finally, after knight f6, black maybe breathes a little bit of a sigh of relief. Knight h3, queen h6, and they trade it off. And black is going to try and get back into the game here, Raunak, after surviving a scare.
Yeah, maybe more than just try to get back into the game, because b6, very ambitious, hitting g2. And it goes on. It's the g7 weakness for black that was earlier targeted, now the g2 weakness for white. And this is this is crazy. This is the beauty, but also the scary part about Fischer Random Chess, right?
Yeah. Yeah, the opening can be very scary for some, or, it could be a land of opportunity for you if you think that you're the one who's going to find something to surprise your opponent with. So we can see the names of the top 4 players here on to the side of the board: Tabatabai, Mamedov, Sipenko, and sorry, it scrolled to like 11th place and on. So I think perhaps 4th place might be Dunchenko. He's the one who's playing with black against Esipenko right now. Bishop c7 from Raunak here. We see Pranesh working on the position against this threat of bishop takes f4.
b7. You've done well. You've chosen maybe the craziest game of the day so far.
The first time the b7 that the blue arrow comes in for me, Pranesh finds it as well.
What's the material count? White is just going to be a pawn or more up?
At the moment, white's only a pawn up, and black is skipping out of this double attack on the rook and bishop with rook b8. After queen a7, maybe it's 2 pawns. Mm-hmm. Bishop's got to keep that rook defended too, so I guess bishop d6. But... And, yeah. I think the action's settling down a little bit. White doesn't have that many active pieces to follow up on this.
Mm-hmm. 2 pawns is a decent opening advantage, I would say. I mean, Raunak, I don't know whether he truly believes he can get up into the top 4, but he has been known to rush on occasion. Recently, I played in the German league, and he was on the opposing team, and he resigned or basically he just made a move equivalent to resigning in like 1 second when he had 53 minutes on the clock, just assuming he was lost. And he has rushed on occasion. I really like what Pranesh has done here. Bishop on the long diagonal. The white a pawn is the potential game winner.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is looking
bad.
bad.
G3 was also maybe the best way to suppress some of this counterplay against his own kingside, where he could easily drop a pawn. Also, the pawn's already in good position against knight g6, which seems like a very likely developing move for Raunak eventually.
Yeah.
So, yeah, covering his bases and then looking to advance the a pawn. Let's maybe go check on the top board now that we've seen that thrilling opening there. I'm going to grab Amin Tabatabai against Rauf Mamedov. And,
wow. Okay.
Yeah, this looks like chess.
Yeah, this looks like normal chess, old chess. As
Queen's Gambit, yeah.
Exactly. Looks like some kind of semi-Tarrasch or something with black having fianchettoed nicely on the long a8 to h1 diagonal. Queenside majority.
Yeah. In general, if my bishop weren't hanging on a3, how would you feel about bishop takes f3, g takes f3 as a trade? Is that like selling my bishop for too little, or is it devastating to white's king?
Feels somewhere between the two. I mean, I would be so tempted here, though. I mean, knight h4 is coming, queen b7. I don't know. I love my bishops, though, David. You put me in a tough spot. Impossible question.
Yeah.
Bishop b7.
A crushing plan from the mind of Vincent Keymer would be h5, h4, h3 here. That was one of my favorite games of all of Weissenhaus.
Yeah.
I was rewatching your commentary on that game yesterday.
You must be sick of my voice by now.
Up for today. What's that?
You must be so sick of my voice by now, then.
No. I was getting psyched up for this on purpose. So.
Yeah, Vincent. I mean, anytime he pushed his rook's pawns, it just made perfect sense somehow. The harmony.
Yeah.
And the calculation to back it up. I guess h5 now may be prevented by bishop takes e6 type tactics, but watch out for that to happen later.
Gotta pay attention, huh, Bruce? So yeah, the point, folks, if I do something crazy like this, bishop takes e6 and the f pawn is defending the knight from the queen that was tucked over here. I should have seen her because this is kind of like a chess position, but I didn't quite. So.
And
there we go. So instead, they're going to fight over the c file like reasonable people, right?
Like normal humans. How much risk do you think Mamedov is willing to take, just considering that probably a draw isn't actually the worst result for him? Maybe 1 point out of these last two games should get him into the top 4?
Right. So normally in standard chess, old chess, you see people invariably going for safe play in the final rounds of tournaments if they're in the lead. It's almost not even a question of, do you think they're going to try to hold their position? It's just, Berlin, queen e4, queen d4 on the top 6 boards. And you're like, not all 12 of you are going to qualify. Yeah. But in Fischer Random, it's almost not been a question because it's not doable, right? You can't set out on move 1 and say, I'm going to just play it solid. Then your opponent plays knight g7 smothered mate against you while you're setting up. But these two players in first and second place in a normal chess position, it could be a more solid game, actually.
Because
low risk taking would make sense.
Yeah, it does feel that way. Like Mamedov, I don't think he's done anything wrong, and he still has a very, very pleasant position as black, but maybe he would have thought longer about moves like bishop takes f3 if he felt that he needed to win this game to kind of bank his place in the top 4. But bishop b7, these exchanges of rooks, it feels like he's just trying to suck the risk out before deciding how hard to press.
Yeah, and bringing all the rooks to the c-file is a nice mix of safety and maybe a little bit of pressing by black because there's the queenside pawn majority. As black, I'm very open to making these rook trades. And white, you don't know for sure, like how aggressive is my opponent feeling? It's not yet revealed.
Exactly. I mean, that's the thing when you're in a 7 out of 7, you want to just keep the adrenaline going, you want to keep pumping, pushing, but I don't know, I mean, would probably take a draw here, I would say, if he could, if given the option.
Yeah, I think also with rooks off, I mean, white's position's not thrilling me in any way.
Yeah, black with the outside pawn majority. In the meantime, Pranesh did take an early win against Raunak Sadhwani.
Wow, already?
Raunak resigning.
How did that go down so fast? I gotta see it.
Let's jump in.
I just gotta see it. What
beautiful
did he do?
finish.
So they had this kind of position here, right, with the extra A pawn. Queen gets a bit dodgy on g2, but she gets her way out. Still, I don't see why someone would win in one move. c5, and bishop takes d7. That's what you were saying about Raunak. I mean, there's no reason this game had to end in 2 moves, huh?
Yeah, I've seen it before, unfortunately. Raunak is susceptible occasionally to kind of self-destructing, rushing, playing a bit too quickly. And yeah, rook takes g4 as well, very nice. C takes d6 would just skewer black and also over. So yeah, big win for Pranesh, who keeps his chances alive.
Yeah,
The top four.
huge. And that's, a huge gain in confidence and energy and momentum at this phase in the game. Going to round 9 in great shape. By the way, Tabatabai and Mamedov just agreed to a draw, as you were speculating. So I think the big match that we might turn to next is going to be board 2 between Esipenko and Donchenko. But let's take a moment to look all around here. It looks like Sevian has a fantastic position in blue, in the lower row here, but it may be too little too late for the American player who lost out on tiebreaks last time around.
Yeah, he will need luck on his side with the tiebreaks, potentially, Sam Sevian, but it does look like a very crazy position, but a very strong one for him. Elsewhere, along the bottom line, looking roughly balanced on most boards. Maybe Nguyen with a slight advantage against Christopher Yu, although I say slight, he has sacrificed a piece to try to go for the attack.
Sacrificed a piece. Oh, so that's probably an exciting situation. Maybe we could check that out for a moment then.
Yeah.
What about the red board? Sugarov against Grishuk. Looks like a little bit more of a squeeze from white, right? Like giving black some doubled pawns, maneuvering with the knights. So let's just make Esipenko's position bigger for a moment, maybe. Knight lands on d6. White has sacrificed a pawn on this board.
Maybe we'll see your h5, h6 land.
Yeah, I mean, maybe g3 first to limit that knight. h5, knight h4. Where's white headed?
Well, I'm still very tempted to play h6, but
just play h6 since the bishop's got nowhere to go, huh?
Yeah, sure, e2.
You see, I like bishops so much that it's almost like, oh, my bishop's attacked, I have to move it.
Yeah, same first instinct.
Yeah. Okay, but yeah, h6 is very logical. Pressing on the dark squares there.
But yeah, he chooses the love of bishops.
Bishop e2? We're not alone?
We're not alone. Big threats of e4 as well. Okay, white's going to defend that knight. I'm not sure which rook he'll use, actually. Could use either.
Right. Is it helpful to have the rook on b1 if it could get tagged in some discussion on the b file that you don't even want to be part of, right?
E4.
But rook fd1 played for now.
Yeah.
Black could go h6 themselves here, right? They've got a moment to prevent it from white. That's got to be up there on the moves you consider.
But black might have to be willing to sacrifice there. h6, e4 traps the knight on h4. He might be forced to.
Wait, you're saying my knight might have no way out already?
Yeah, g3 coming. Might be forced to take on d6 and pray, hope for the best.
Ay. That looks dramatically bad. Oh my goodness. So then what am I looking at here? Knight f5 for black right now?
Donchenko looks stressed on the camera, not looking happy, literally wiping his brow a second ago.
Ay.
e4 coming. h6 coming.
Yeah. So these guys are half a point behind Mamedov and a point behind Tabatabai. But there's a million people nipping at their heels. So, I mean, even a draw might not be enough. But certainly a loss is going to be devastating.
Knight f5.
Yeah.
Forced?
Knight f5.
Ooh.
So the knight escapes. Now the structure is pretty poor. I mean, I think white's idea is just to trade and play h6.
Yeah.
And the bishop on b4 is really not participating.
That's a cool variation. Knight takes f5, takes an h6. Black cannot take an h6 because of a3. Among others, probably. And at the very end, the black knight is hanging.
Loose piece. Yeah. So if white trades and plays h6, I mean, the idea is to take on g7, then maybe rook takes d7.
Mm-hmm.
It's a beautiful position.
Yeah.
And both black minor pieces are very, very poor.
Even if black is able to struggle on, it's very one-way traffic there. It feels like.
Mm-hmm. So that seems simple enough. What else is white thinking of here?
Is he thinking of taking
I
on
see
F6
one other
first?
candidate move.
Oh, sorry.
What do you think?
Taking on F6 first is one option as well,
Yeah.
if you really want to wreck the pawns.
Right. So that's what I see is like you could take on F6 and then play knight E4. That would be the one sort of like different approach to it. It's very greedy for a pawn because now you're basically pricing yourself into converting an opposite colored bishop ending at some point.
Mm-hmm.
But he's gone for it after 1.5 minutes of thought. Wow.
Great call. I missed knight e4 there, I must say. I was so fixated on tripling the black
On the structure?
pawn structure.
Yeah.
Okay. Big game. It's a must not lose. for both sides.
D6, black tries desperately. So this I've
Whoa.
calculated rook D6, knight D6, bishop E7. It wasn't too hard.
Mhm.
And he's playing those moves quickly.
Knight e4. Yeah, he's banking on somehow keeping the white rook out for the rest of this game.
Yeah, hard to imagine. I mean, A3, bishop A3, rook B7 is fairly simple at this level, if there are not even better ways to do it. But
Yeah. I want to keep the white a pawn somehow, just in case, future queen. But
okay.
yeah, I mean, that is a very safe way to press the advantage.
I feel like once the white rook's in the game, there's almost nothing that can go wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess black would hold the D pawn and give the A pawn, right? And try and reduce the area that the knight has to fight over, huh?
Yeah. It's a very good way of putting
Makes
it.
sense. King F8. All right, on to white to choose. Also bishop D3, an important move because potentially you could take on H7.
Mm-hmm.
And the bishop's better than the knight, but bishop trade for knight would make the game even simpler to play, honestly, because then you don't have opposite colored bishops as a factor.
Yeah.
That can sometimes blockade your advantage. Bishop D3 gets played.
He's done everything right
Aye,
so
aye,
far, Esipenko.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like now we're like boxed into a corner where we have to play knight C3 as black.
Mm.
And then,
Rook to b2.
yeah, then I guess rook B2.
Yeah, it just feels a bit superficial for black. Those minor pieces a bit stuck. You
Mhm.
can't really do too much further. Knight back to f6 though does allow at some point rook to b3 followed by a3 and the white rook gets in.
Yeah. We get what both of us want. You get to keep
Yeah.
your A pawn, and I get my rook to the 7th rank.
And everyone's happy.
And yeah, Esipenko will be very happy. But right now we're seeing the unhappy participant in this game. Lenchenko.
Wow,
Under 30 seconds.
lots of blood being spilled. We do see the standings just there on the bottom left of your screens at home, everyone. It looks like, yeah, lots of people catching up or trying to gain ground on the leaders. Okay, just as I say that, white's put a rook on a1. That's frankly
Yeah.
bizarre to me.
Didn't go to B2. That was slightly surprising. Now, I guess there's this calculation that black's made that bishop h7, g6, hg, king g7, like freezes these guys, but you can always play g takes f, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's no kind of anything.
Is his intention f5 after h takes g6? It can't work. The white rook is only stuck for now. Eventually we'll get back into the game. Play g6.
Yeah. Play g6, yeah. hg, f5. So, okay. I guess at least it makes it a little bit weird, right? You're creating some kind of practical problems for your opponent by playing a weird position.
G4.
G4 is the most standard move. Breaking open that diagonal.
Okay. Is it time for the white king to march?
Well, our bishop can't do anything anymore. I like this from Donchenko, though. I mean, he's really taken some initiative in this game, right? And then pushing the a-pawn immediately so that, hey, if you have to sack the pawn on a2, you better be quick.
Yeah. I mean,
Bishop b2?
Either white is promoting or black is right back in this. The a-pawn is so quick.
Yeah. Wow.
Miracle comeback, potentially.
Yeah. And has his attitude changed? Yes.
He's looking at least more focused.
He looks like more alert. It is also calculation time versus strategy time.
Mm-hmm. Okay, it's going to be 4 pawns for the knight in the ensuing variations.
Yeah. So white's going to sack the rook. They have cleared the way for the bishop to escape through g8. But for now, doesn't want to sack the g-pawn.
Oh, we should mention only white can win this. But...
Okay. I was going to ask you about that.
Oh, well, I assume even if white loses all the pawns, as long as you don't lose the bishop, should be a draw.
Yeah. Guess you could also flag as he goes down to 2 seconds.
Oh. Another big game for the standings, of course.
Oh, there goes the c-pawn. Now there's g7 and bishop takes d3 winning.
Missed it. You missed it. You might still get a chance here, but somehow, miraculously, pawns have been stopped. Oh my gosh. Just one opportunity there.
Clearing the way for the g-pawn. Nice.
Yeah. Black king heroically defending everything on its own.
Now he's going to see if he can win. No, he can't get rid of the pawn without trading the piece ever. So, yeah.
There we go.
That was phenomenal defense by Alexander Donchenko in that game. It looked so dead.
Wow. And
so dead.
Clear relief on his face as we see some of the remaining games of this round. Let's jump back into one of them.
Right.
Rishuk about to win. Merzin. Wait, Merzin lost on time, it looks like? Wow. So much happening.
Just in a fine position. It can happen.
Followed down Merzin losing in a slightly better position. Grishuk takes the win. Okay, we come to another game. One of the last of the round.
Goltseva with that a-pawn is the last hope. But there's no way to get the rook to b7 and b8, is there? And she resigns. Go to the last game of the round. 2 extra pawns for white. Bishop hanging on e2, little rook h5 tactic. Bishop escapes. Beautiful position.
Yeah, that's the clincher. Rook e5, grabbing the last pawn.
Yeah.
And a win for white.
And that's the win for white. And there is only one game left. David, here are the standings.
Yeah, 1 round remaining. We've had 8 rounds. 9 are the total, but it looks like Amin Tabatabai a huge favourite now to qualify in the top 4. It's all about those top 4 places. Ralph Mamedov, half a point behind Tabatabai on 7, and then a big group on 6.5. It's going to be 4 of those 8, essentially, David. It looks like, to qualify for tomorrow's knockout stages.
Yeah, it's feeling to me like you need 7.5 here. I haven't really done the math thoroughly. I suppose if Tabatabai and Mamedov both beat players on 6.5, then the other players on 6.5, could draw and someone could get through on tie breaks. But barring that, it's going to take 7.5 points, which means if you're going into this round on 6.5, I think you take it as a must-win situation. I don't think you've got time to click around on the other boards and see if there's any chance with 7. So basically, unless, you're losing and you see a perpetual, you take it and hope. But otherwise, you got to go all out.
Yeah, a lot of players will be playing for pride, for glory. And yeah, round 9. Oh, I must admit, it's always stressful, right? Final rounds, no matter what, but especially when such big stakes on the line.
I'm clicking away from Krishuk, who's in the running, but he was thinking for 2 minutes on his first move, whereas Pranesh, might win a game in that time. So we're over here to Pranesh against Amin for a moment here. I think nobody wanted to get paired against Amin in the last round. Nobody on that 6.5 point group.
Yeah, they know that Amin will be happy with a draw to bank it. Amin should be safe with his tie breaks, but he won't want to take any risks. A draw, he would jump on that opportunity. So it's going to be difficult for Pranesh in almost a must-win situation with black. This looks very normal, David. What do you make of this? What do you make of this starting position?
Well, I mean, it's feeling like a hedgehog, right? Feeling like hedgehog potential. White gives a chance to black to play d5 and get it even more kind of equalish. Pranesh playing very quickly. He must have some feeling like I got to do something extra, right? Like there's playing chess and then there's something extra. You've got Amin who seems to be on fire. So you're like, maybe if I could get him low on time, something different could happen.
Yeah, maybe get him low on time. Maybe ask him some difficult questions like which way to capture. Queen takes would have actually lost on the spot there, I think. Well, maybe
I was
not
thinking
lost.
of queen takes, and you want to show us real quick?
Yeah, I just realized it's not so clear. Bishop takes f3 was my intended reply, followed by bishop to e5, but it does continue after the white queen moves. Maybe queen d2.
The bishop here, but then the white queen is gonna drop back somewhere. Let's say d2 maybe.
Yeah.
Bishop a1 and bishop takes g6, right? Trying to recover the lost territory. Not a good position for white by any means, even
maybe
there.
Not lost, but not ideal.
Yeah. So the bishop took. Guess that was logical. They both get castled. Black is restraining from this d5 pawn break, which... Okay, and then they went for it. I was going to say, I didn't see any tactical reason they couldn't do it. So I was thinking maybe he'd rather be in the hedgehog, play a longer, more complicated game because of the must-win situation.
But now it's totally symmetrical.
Yeah, strangely transposed to pure symmetry on move 10.
Yeah. Hard to imagine too much going wrong for white here.
Yeah.
Assuming he's happy with the draw. I mean...
Right. I mean, there is this e4 or e5 move. And basically, since white chose not to pull the trigger on e4, e5, that means they have to give black the option to play e5, e4. And so if you misevaluate whether the pawn push is good, one player or the other could suddenly get a big advantage out of it.
That's right. And this one looking very symmetrical. Maybe we zoom out and go to the bird's eye view just to check out what's happening elsewhere. Are there any dramatic moments?
See if Grishuk has started playing. Just barely. Just barely.
Like 2 moves.
Yeah, he's used about half his time on the first 2 moves here. Then we've got some matchups between the players on 6.5. And wow, Sevyan's made his way back up. And is facing Donchenko with a chance to qualify still.
Yeah.
How's he doing here? He's got the green board and the black pieces. B5.
We should mention Daniel Naroditsky on the bottom right there, about to lose in quickfire fashion to Christopher Yu, but that should not impact the top of the table.
Oh my gosh, they're playing their game in bullet mode for some reason this round. Maybe they didn't think they were in contention anymore.
I think that's the only explanation. Rare to see Danya a rook down after just 2-3 minutes. But okay, attention elsewhere. You were focused on the green board, Sam Sevyan.
Well, I was looking at the green board. Yeah, Donchenko and Sevyan. They're one of the big matchups. This b5 move to let the bishop out of a8, then a5 to let the bishop out of b8 through a7. Seems like black is managing to sort out their bishops, and we will get an asymmetrical pawn structure there, so they'll have a pretty interesting fight on their hands. Potentially a lot of bishops aimed at the kings, where they will be castling on the right side of the board.
Sounds promising for someone. Not clear who that will be.
Yeah.
Ooh,
And then
queen a4.
one of our weirder positions, maybe this position between Jumabayev and Esipenko. And Jumabayev has sort of snuck up into the leader group here. We did not see any of his games up till this point today. So let's see what's going on there for a moment, shall we? Trading off the bishop pair, but taking on d5 is going to force opposite colored bishops.
Yeah, and Shumabayev is on a winning streak, we should mention, 4 in a row. It looks like he might have either lost or defaulted in round 1, and he's been scoring heavily ever since. So a big moment for him.
Yeah, that's true. He's got 6.5 out of only 7 games played, so maybe the late show up is what kept us from seeing him. One factor here, I think, is that black can't castle. I might be missing something, but I feel like if black castled towards the right/king side, after queen c2, you'd just be kind of, oops, right there.
Ooh. Okay, so he tries to preemptively open up the other flank. Jumabayev, safe in the knowledge that black doesn't really want to castle.
Right. Aimed against castling the other way, huh? Yeah, and also, I mean, his rook's going to be happy if there's more action, right? The rook on h4 will be able to join the game quickly. Looks like Esipenko's under some pressure.
Does look that way. King e7, wow. Desperate times. Makes sense.
Coordinating the rooks.
Does make sense.
And at least it's a dark square.
Well, you might still get checked by a knight on f5 a bit later, but cross that bridge when you come to it.
Yeah, maybe rook c4, knight h4. Brilliant plan. Let me show you this plan, everybody. Rook c4, rook d8. We bring the knight to h4.
Oops.
Headed for f5. Pretty good, right?
Really good. Yeah, let's ignore queen h1 mate. But
no!
Whoopsie daisy.
Whoopsie daisy. All right, we got to think of our plans and the opponent's plans. What is this?
Ugh.
So difficult.
Okay, it is a queen exchange. What to do next?
I feel like now we're getting kind of a milder technical position despite the black king on e7.
Yeah, looks like the white bishop might come out. c2 to b3 maybe. Yeah.
If we want to do something dramatic, it would be d4, d5.
Oof. True. Yeah, d4 makes some sense as well before black is fully ready. Yeah, it's bad times for my chess. No, I mean, just the fact that I don't even look at threats or forcing moves anymore. I just look at positional, improving, slow, boring moves.
When's the last time that you played?
A couple of months ago. I'll be playing in next week in the German league, so I'm a bit nervous. How about yourself?
Nice. Bundesliga.
Yeah, Bundesliga.
Look forward to it.
Yeah. When did you last play, David?
January. Yeah. Played a couple games in a little local tournament here.
Nice.
I mean, part of what's making me look at d4, d5 is that the knight seems well placed on e6. And I'd like to clear the way for my own knight to come to d4. Because I could end up on c6 or f5. I'm happy with either one, honestly. If you said I don't get to pick, but I get one of those two squares, my knight on f3 would say deal.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense. And once you said d4, it kind of opened my eyes too. Chosen by Shumabayev, he moves his king. White's king super safe.
So there's even this idea of rook c8, d5, queen c1. I can't even speak as fast as these guys can think. And white saw it coming, plays king g2 to get out of the way of queen c1. Basically, the rook, the bishop on b1 would be hanging, so we can't collect the knight on e6 easily.
Ooh, but now your plan, d5.
Now's maybe the moment. d5.
5 knight d4. This is terrifying suddenly for black. What to do?
Right. And the knight has to go somewhere not very good, right? I mean, like your most active square is c5, then you get in the way of your rook and your bishop, right? So, I'm kind of expecting knight g5, but knight d4 running away from you. Yeah, what are you doing? That does nothing.
Yeah, the knight d5 is actually trapped if white ever gets f4 a bit later.
Yeah. Knight f8, I take away the square from my king. Knight f8, rook e4. I know knight d7 looks like an attractive route, but...
Yeah, you can go to d7 via c5.
Problem. Yeah, we'll have to go through c5, huh? If we want that.
Oof. This could be huge, but I do wonder well, I'm not sure what happened in round one. Zhumabayev will get that confirmed, but if he did default, then that could be damaging for his tiebreak.
Just gives him even more clarity about win, 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 kill, kill, kill.
It's helped him so far, right? That strategy. Brute force it.
Join a tournament late, stop worrying about draws.
Exactly. Not just Title Tuesday where that works. Okay, big moment here. Should we zoom out just temporarily? We might come back to this game.
Yeah, big thing from Esipenko, obviously in some danger. But he need look no further than Donchenko last round to remember how somebody escapes from a much worse position than this.
Whoa, look at board one. Tabatabai in big trouble, about to lose to Pranesh.
Oh my goodness. Bishop on b1 is not looking good. King on h2 in danger.
That's the top left, that dark blue board, everyone. It looks like the leader since day one, since round one, Tabatabai, 7 out of 7. He started with, about to crash to defeat. He might still eke his way into that top 4. He might edge it on tie breaks, but for Pranesh, this is priceless.
Incredible, yeah. And look at, he's still 4.5 minutes ahead on the clock, almost 5 minutes ahead on the clock. He's just blitzed this entire game.
Wow. Wow, it's the
Disturbing.
Power of the bishops.
You know what maybe I hate the worst in all of chess, David, is when my opponent beats me without thinking. I think that might be like my least favorite thing. You know, they just play every move instantly, like it's all so obvious, and like you're sitting there thinking like a dummy, and maybe it's never happened to you. It happens to me.
It has regularly. Don't worry, you're not alone.
Okay.
I agree. It's not an ideal scenario, not a great feeling. Maybe we jump into that game just see
just to see it. I mean, it's going to be tactical. It's going to be fun as Black's threatening some blows against White's king. Yeah. So rook d1. You could play rook b1, bishop takes e4, perhaps. Black goes for a different option. Fe4, tagging the queen, leaving the bishop trapped on b1. Not a good piece. Makes sense.
He's 2 pawns up here.
g3 is coming, so Black's got 2 extra pawns, but I don't see a way to, break White any harder. Black aims at e3 to open up the king position later. That makes perfect sense. And you also have to watch out for bishop f2. So queen d2.
Beautiful bishops here.
I'd maybe play a5 to secure my bishop.
It's funny, I was thinking the exact same.
I saw your smile. I saw you be like, yes. A bishop user after my own heart.
Exactly. Just satisfaction, full control. I mean, this is pretty sweet as well, what he's doing, Pranesh. Look at that bishop.
Yeah, the bishop will be pretty safe on this square here with e5 in the back pocket for Black, if there's any worries or question. Is this bishop on d4 superior to the knight on h3? Yes. Yes, it is.
It's close, but slightly.
Even if a knight lover came hopping into our conversation here, they would have to agree, grudgingly.
Huge advantage here for Pranesh. Oh, wow, he's got nearly 6 minutes.
I know. That's what's so disturbing, David. I would not want to be in a mean seat right now. I mean, he's had fun all day, and now this. Yeah,
imagine if he doesn't qualify now on tie breaks. Imagine if all of his past opponents have had a shocker in the last round and suddenly things collapse. Oh, poor Amin.
Yeah, we have to assume he's got high tie breaks. He's done so well this tournament that the people he's beaten are still likely to qualify. Right? So they're still playing their hearts out. Let me click over to another board out of interest for a second, since that one's kind of in the pawns, using the pawns technical phase. And I'll give you a weird position of Sam Savien's. This one he started with b5 and a5, and the kings are both bizarrely placed, but he seems to be coordinating his rooks better with the rest of his position.
Yeah, I mean, this checkmating ideas on the board. Queen g2, massive threat. Back rank problems for white here.
If white got confused, there's the other angle as well, right? Like black could put a bishop on d6, and you better keep your rook covered.
Yeah, king e1 already, like, it walks into bishop a5 check, among other things. Oh, this is terrifying. The bad news for Sevian is he's on 6 points, so he's actually got an upfloat right now, so the maximum he can get is 7 points out of 9, which may or may not be enough.
Even make it. All he can do is ruin it.
Playing spoiler here.
King e1 played.
Bishop a5. Maybe there's bishop c3, or he turns the screw. Deflection on the white queen.
d6 first. Idea queen c3, bishop b4.
Queen e3,
queen
bishop
e3,
f4,
bishop f4,
or knight g2.
or knight g2. Matter of taste. Bishops or knights. I guess we should trade the knight, keep the bishop.
This looks over. Donchenko's chances about to disappear. He will not be in the top 4.
Brutal. Can you believe surviving that game against Esipenko last round, and then you get like somebody floated up to you who's not even in the running, and they torch you like this with black in 20 moves? Brutal. But I love seeing a miniature here and there.
Yeah. And
there goes the queen trade, but that is, I mean, there's nothing more to say about that. We're going to move on and check out Amin versus Pranesh. No, that's still as it was before. Mamedov and Grishuk maybe have not had proper attention. So we'll swing to them. And
Jumabayev looks like he's about to deliver checkmate to Esipenko, so he will be in the group on 7.5 points. Will it be enough? We'll find out.
Is he really close to checkmate? His queen's in on d7, and there's the resignation.
There we go.
Oh, yeah. The pawn was threatening the knight, but he counterattacks the rook on c8, and it's all gone. Bravo to him. He's going to have the best score of anybody today, though, right? By definition, since he didn't play that first round. He's maybe the only undefeated player in the tournament by the end.
Yeah,
so what do you think of Mamedov's chances here with the bishop pair versus Grishuk with a nice pawn on e4?
Yeah, it feels like they should balance each other out. Black with the better pawn structure, or more advanced pawn structure at least. White with the bishop pair. But then again, I do see the eval bar, which I wish I didn't.
Yeah, same. Yeah. I never use eval bars when it's my choice, but here I'm in Chess.com's house, so I will be, do my best with the eval bar.
It does look like black has better piece coordination as well. Like black will play g6 and free up the e7 knight, and knight f4 into d3 is an idea. Knight c5 into d3. Feels like Grishuk is the one having the fun here.
Yeah.
Rather than Mamedov.
So normally in a position like this, I would be on white's side, bishop pair and an outside passer. I mean, for anyone who likes their endgames, what more do you need? How many more things do you need to have on your side? But somehow black is just so strong in the center here that it means their majority is more activated than white's. And corollary, the black knights are pretty happy because they're hopping around in the center. They've got all kinds of options, so they're basically not inferior.
Yeah, just too strong. Those knights, potentially bishop to b7. Maybe he's going to bring his bishop around to d3 and try to ensure that a knight survives on that square. Very sneaky. He's so good strategically, even with 1 minute on his clock, Grishuk. It's
right.
Yeah, it's inspiring.
So if he had just sunk the knight into d3, white would trade it off. We'd get opposite colored bishops. He'd have a lot of work to try and push white over the edge. So f3, trying to crack his hold on e4, and you would expect bishop d3, but he's thinking about it.
Yeah, bishop d3. Alternatively, you could trade pawns on f3 maybe, and argue that white might get some split pawns.
Right. Look for a different angle on the game. You have to calculate ef3, knight f5 really quickly.
Yeah. I think good move though from Mamedov. Again, good tip for everyone at home, right? Just to defend actively if possible.
Right. Yeah, don't just sit under black's majority here, but he tries to break out a little bit, get some breathing room for his king. And g6, controlling the white pieces again.
In the meantime...
So next up for black would be rook d2. White prevents it
Ooh.
with bishop
Ooh.
c3 double question mark.
Knight e2 check.
Knight e2 was defended by the bishop. Oops.
That was just a fork, winning the game and getting qualification to the top 4. Grishuk leaving points on the board there.
Yeah. Nervous moments for both players. Grishuk following the plan, right? This was the plan.
Mm-hmm. Under 5 seconds.
Go after that square. Get the knight in.
It's hard though, sticking so methodically to one plan is not always the best way. It's rook and knight versus rook and bishop now.
Trade. I feel like the trade relieves a little bit of pressure from white's side, but black's still trying to keep the white king bottled up.
Mm-hmm.
Advance that majority.
He wants to play rook d4.
It's killing me that I can't get my black king to f5, and white has untangled this all completely into the safe zone. Wants to play a4.
Yeah. Ooh. Watch out. Knights versus rooks pawns. Should be a draw now.
So the bishop is the wrong color.
Yeah.
Right? That means black could have just made a beeline for a8 with his king and then played some version of knight d3, knight e5, or knight e1.
Mm-hmm.
But this is simple enough as well, making one more pawn trade on the king side with the king. Sure. They could shake. We can go check another game.
This is very good news, we should mention, for Rauf Mamedov, who's half a point ahead of Grishuk. He will reach 7.5. Grishuk will not. He had a 1-move win, Grishuk. So bad news if he doesn't make it now on those tie breaks.
Yeah. Now here's a must-win game for Nguyen, who was one of the early leaders of this tournament. He needs to win with black against Magsudlu to get to 7.5, and he's going to try and do it with simplification here. Is the rook going to a5? I would.
Mm-hmm. Pre-move.
Oof.
Oh.
Yep. Rook a5, super strong.
Mm-hmm. Magsudlu ending on a loss.
That mostly sorts out our top standings. I can't imagine a GM not winning or drawing this position, so I don't have a lot of choices, but I'll hunt for another. Mateus Bartel. Here's a good endgame. F and H pawn.
Why do they do this to us? Everyone knows it's a draw, but knowing how to draw is always the big issue.
Yeah. If h7 here, rook takes, there would be a win. So white could have tried h7 in that position, and black couldn't take it.
Yeah, I guess the black king would have stepped across and into the corner, hoping for some stalemate.
Yeah, just headed to h8. Here the white king's got nowhere to hide.
Yeah. Checks from the back and from the side tend to be quite useful. Yeah.
Yeah. So, folks, we don't know if the standings to the side are fully official yet, right? As long as games are still going. And sometimes it takes a while for the tie breaks to tally up. But we can see that there are 5 players who made it to 7.5. So there's some question of whether Jumabayev would be in or out. Presumably missing a game would be real tough for his tie breaks. On the other hand, he does have the best score of anybody, as I said he would.
I mean, that's a crazy streak. 7.5 out of 8 in a field like this. World-class grandmasters every round.
Yeah.
Okay, this game about to be a draw.
Last game seems to be winding down into a draw. Draw agreed. Well done to all the players on completing 9 rounds. And yeah, what do you think? Are you surprised to see the 5-way lockjam?
Well, I must admit I'm surprised to see Amin Tabatabai as part of it. It looked like he was running away with the tournament, but he does, it looks like, clinch his place in the knockouts with 7.5 due to his superior tiebreaks. I'm joined by Nguyen from Vietnam, Rauf Mamedov from Azerbaijan, and Pranesh of India. Rinat Jumabayev, I think the hero that never was. 7.5 out of 8, not quite making it to the top. I don't know if I'm surprised, David, but I think 4 worthy qualifiers for tomorrow's tiebreaks. Tomorrow's round, knockout stages even.
Right. So we're going to take a little break here and hopefully manage to get the winner. We'll first have to sort out the tie breaks to be sure of who the winner is, but perhaps get the winner on here for an interview. So stick around, folks, and we'll be back in just a minute.
Looking for new ways to enjoy chess? Check out our schedule of Chess.com community events today. Mondays, play Rapid Opening Roulette and expand your opening repertoire with a new opening each month. Tuesdays, compete against other Untitled players in Untitled Tuesday. Battle your way to the top in Arena Kings on Wednesdays. And finish the week off each Saturday with the blistering Community Bullet Brawl. All happening in the Community Club on Chess.com.
Students, did you know that you can get a discount on any Chess.com premium membership? If you're enrolled in a college, university, or high school in a participating country, you can get 50% off any yearly or monthly premium plan, Diamond, Platinum, or Gold. That's unlimited game review, unlimited puzzles, unlimited bots, unlimited lessons, and no ads. All at 50% off. Go to chess.com/students and get your discount today.
Do you think you could beat Ding in a World Championship match?
Probably.
True. Are you happy that Alireza is representing France?
Yes.
Lie.
Oh,
now we're getting spicy.
if I may, I asked him to play for us in the Olympiad, and he didn't want to. So, like...
I understand. The unhappiness comes from the point that Alireza is not representing the team.
Yeah.
Do you see yourself as a family man in the near future?
No.
True, but you had to think a little bit about that question.
I mean, we wouldn't have to think about that.
Let me elaborate on this. Are you afraid of commitments?
Yes.
True.
This is where Maxime lays down on the couch and we do therapy.
I don't need therapy over this. I've fully embraced this fact. I think I can resign now. Yes.
And so our healing session is complete. Maxime, do you think you will be a world champion someday?
No, but I'll try.
True.
Have you ever destroyed anything or acted in an aggressive way after a chess game?
Not destroyed, acted in an aggressive way, yes.
True.
Have you ever considered quitting chess?
At some point.
True.
Yeah. When was that?
A couple years ago.
Well, we're glad you didn't quit.
I'm also glad.
everyone, and welcome back to the closing stages of today, the first day here at the play-ins for the Paris Freestyle Grand Slam. We do have our 4 qualifiers for the knockout stages tomorrow, and top of the table, it was Amin Tabatabai with a fantastic performance, and we're lucky to be joined by Grandmaster Amin now. How are you feeling after that marathon day?
Thanks, David. Yeah, I feel great, honestly. I didn't expect it to go that smoothly like this. For the last round, honestly, I was a bit too chilled out. I knew that regardless of result, I'm going to be qualified due to tiebreaks. I could see it's pretty high. But yeah, it was a pretty tough game, honestly. Some of those games were, like the second game, for example, was really creative, and I think I played quite well up until the last round. But yeah, I'm pretty satisfied with the result.
Excellent. Yeah, we also think that you played very well. Question for you about freestyle chess or Fischer Random or Chess 960. Do you have much experience with it, and how do you feel about the game in general? Like, is it something you're very interested in? Or
honestly, that I played the last Friday freestyle, and I finished second place, so that gave me some confidence that maybe I'm decent at it. So for today, I had hopes to finish in top 4, but again, I really didn't expect it to go this well. But yeah, overall, I think it's very, very exciting. Like from the very beginning, I'm sure like David had the experience of covering those tours, and it's super exciting. And I'm really happy to be able to perform well. And I had some also practice before some blitz games. I like to play in 960 to get the feeling of what I should do, like from the beginning, like from the very earliest stage of the game, because it's actually quite important. At the beginning, when I was playing just randomly, I could get worse position with white after move 2, after move 3. So it's important to know how you should coordinate your pieces and etc. But yeah, overall, I feel very good about it.
Yeah, interesting you should mention that you have been kind of thinking about it, working on freestyle, because I mean, it showed today some games. I mean, beating Magzulu 7 out of 7, the first 7 rounds, very impressive. But I don't know, I mean, if you're aware of your opponent tomorrow yet?
Well, yeah, so I was talking like at the Zoom with the guys, with the staff, and they told me if I finish first, I get to choose my opponent. So I was pretty happy. I was like, I can choose maybe someone quite simple, so someone quite easy. And they told me my opponent is going to be like the weakest. They say it's going to be the weakest player. And they told me it's going to be Aronian. So if the weakest is Aronian, it's pretty crazy. But yeah, I'm aware of my opponent, and yeah, I look forward to play against him.
yeah, do you have any experience against him as an opponent previously? Have you played with him?
Yeah, we played twice, classical, and if I'm not mistaken, only twice. But he's actually a good friend of mine, like not only friend, mentor, everything. He's an awesome guy, and I'm very happy that he's going to be my opponent tomorrow, because just playing against him, such a legend, is a great experience, obviously.
And I mean, we do have some questions from the chat, and Medikani asks whether you prefer 960. Do you think it's the future of chess, or do you just feel that it's a fun distraction from standard chess?
I mean, future is difficult to say. It's obviously there are going to be more tournaments in freestyle or 960, but it's not going to be the main game, in my opinion. Although these days classical chess wasn't going well on my side, so I hope to at least perform well in 960 to kind of compensate it. But I wish that class like 960 becomes like the first, becomes the top, because these days, honestly, it's becoming extremely boring, like repeating same lines, like memorizing the same lines. So it's a very new and fresh start. So yeah, I love that. I hope that becomes like we see more and more tournaments in 960.
Cool. Satvik Mishra asks you about your mindset going into the last round. You already had 7.5 out of 8. You're on the top board. Did you feel like a draw was enough, or like what's the mindset once you're at that last stage of the tournament?
For the last 2 games, for some reason my quality just dropped. Like I was a bit too nervous for the last 2 games. Even the round 8, I was not really playing well at all. Like I was very happy to see my opponent was going to repeat the moves, because his position was just clearly better. And also the last round, I could feel like for sure, regardless of the result, I'm in top 4. Maybe that made me a bit too chilled out. That's like you could see basically from the game. I just played horribly. I was gonna make a draw. Like my mindset was just go and make a quick draw. But yeah, whenever you have that mindset, it's terrible. Like bad things will happen.
Yeah, I think we've all been there. I mean, but a final quick question from our chat. Krishna asks, what do you think is the best time control for Freestyle 960?
Wow. Honestly, I have no idea, but this 3+1 I can say is the worst for freestyle, because at the beginning, like, you need some time to spend for like first 3 moves. Even you may have to burn like a couple minutes. So 3+1 is the worst for sure. But the like this 10+2 is quite nice. Also, I have never experienced this classical time control. So I might actually play the Grand K freestyle. So there I will experience the classical time control. So yeah, for now I really like this 10+2, but we'll see. It's just that I have no experience playing freestyle in other time controls.
Thank you very much, and yeah, we'll let you go. It's a big day ahead tomorrow. Best of luck against Levon Aronian. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah,
thank you,
everyone.
Yeah, congrats.
Thank you.
Have a good game tomorrow.
And David, yeah, there we had one of our 4 qualifiers. The others now have been added to this bracket. That leaves us with 16 players as we begin 2 days of knockout chess to find out who will be joining those superstars in Paris.
Yeah, folks. So we'll be on at the same time, Thursday and Friday this week. With these knockout matches, we've got 16 world-class top players here, including Levon Aronian, who will be Amin's opponent tomorrow, including Javokir Sindarov, who had a great run in Weissenhaus, including Mamedyarov and other top players. So yeah, excited for tomorrow. These will be 2-game matches followed by tie breaks if they're tied.
And I've got to say, I'm looking forward to the appearance of Ding Liren. He will be a welcome addition to any tournament, of course, but nice to see him back in action, of course, after the World Championship match. David, it's been a pleasure. Looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, it's been a great pleasure, David. Well done today. It was fun to work with you for the first time, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Likewise, and yeah, David squared. That's enough from us for today, but remember, everyone, join us again tomorrow where things heat up even more in that race to Paris. This was the play-in for the Freestyle Grand Slam Chess Tour, and we look forward to seeing you again. So see you tomorrow. Bye, everyone, for that.